Zhang Wuxuang snorted coldly and decided to retreat. Firstly, he was no longer confident in this battle. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Secondly, he was very puzzled. Logically speaking, such an earth-shattering scene should have alarmed the entire space. Why didn't the Fire Dragon King and the others come? Could it be that something had happened in the valley? He didn't know. He had to go over and take a look. His body swayed, and he tore open the void and flew into the distance. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian sneered and waved his sword. Countless fire dragons rushed out and attacked Zhang Wuxuang. Damn it, get out of my way! Zhang Wuxuang roared and swept his right leg. It turned into a divine spear and blasted away some of the fire dragons that flew over. He blasted away a total of 5 fire dragons, but there were even more that came towards him. Kid, do you really want to force me to kill you? Zhang Wuxuang roared and the bloodline power in his body surged. A powerful force suppressed all directions. He was really angry. His opponent had gone too far. He guessed that his opponent must have used all his trump cards to kill him. He didn't want to fight, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of his opponent. That was because he still had a few powerful killing moves that he hadn't used yet. As long as he used them, it wouldn't be difficult to kill his opponent. However, he wanted to use these trump cards to fight for the heavenly fire and the mysterious divine cauldron. Therefore, he didn't want to use them now. However, if his opponent really didn't know what was good for him, he didn't mind using some of his trump cards to kill the detestable kid in front of him. Going too far. Lin Xian sneered. Back then, when you attacked me time and time again, did you think of going too far? Now that you can't beat me, you think you're going too far. What a joke. As he spoke, he swung his sword a few more times. Suddenly, the fire dragons that filled the sky hit the bright moon saber and made it tremble continuously. The light on the saber dimmed a lot. Zhang Wuxuang's armor was shattered and many parts fell off. His body was also charred black. It was burned by the 9 suns' divine fire. Buzz! The bright moon saber was almost sent flying by the impact of 300 fire dragons. This time, Zhang Wuxuang's injuries were even more serious. Blood stained his body red. Damn kid, I definitely won't let you off. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you. After saying this, Zhang Wuxuang turned around and fled. The Archean paragons below were all stunned. What? Zhang Wuxuang fled. The extremely powerful top paragons, Zhang Wuxuang, actually fled. And the person who chased after him was actually a human kid. This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. It was unreal. Where did he run to? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Stepping on the dragon's shadow, he quickly gave chase. In the mysterious valley. The Fire Dragon King, Huamuzhen, Feng Yinxue, and the others were stunned. Even the dark red divine dragon and the others were dumbfounded. To be honest, the battle in the distance made them anxious. They wanted to see how the battle was going. However, they didn't leave because something even more shocking happened in front of them. At that time, they wanted to leave, but Yan Nantian stood out and prepared to enter the valley. This scene made Huamuzhen and the others' expressions change. They frowned. Chapter 2976. Although the other party was powerful, he should be on par with them. Even they, who had the royal bloodline, did not dare to enter, but the other party dared to try. Did he want to die? Oh, Brother Yen, you want to enter the valley? Hua Xinyan asked with a smile. Yan Nantian did not say anything. His expression was solemn, and his body exuded a mysterious aura. Mysterious runes surged out of his body and surrounded him. Soon, he arrived in front of the valley. If he took another step forward, he would enter the valley. Those people's hearts were also in their mouths. Previously, Fictional City had cast a blood-colored phoenix, but it was burned to ashes by the terrifying divine fire inside the valley. One could imagine that the divine fire inside was enough to threaten them. They did not know where Enchanting got his confidence from to fight against these things. Could it be that he had a treasure in his hands? Did this kid have a sacred artifact? They did not know. Enchanting's expression was extremely solemn. He stared at the divine furnace in the valley. Buzz! A piercing light burst out from his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms, and mysterious runes rushed into the sky one after another. As soon as the runes appeared, the world changed. A violent energy rushed out, causing the Fire Dragon King and the others to tense up. Huamujian also felt that the blood in his body seemed to be melting. Fengshue's expression changed drastically. Oh no! What's this? They quickly retreated to the back. In the dark red divine dragon and the others also changed their expressions and quickly retreated. Fortunately, they were not close to the valley. At this moment, only Enchanting was left in front of the valley. There were 9 mysterious runes flashing around him. Are these Taoist runes? Feeling the shocking power, the Archean prodigies trembled. The Fire Dragon King and the others were extremely solemn. They stared at the 9 ancient runes. They shook their heads slightly. To be honest, they did not understand what these runes were. Judging by the aura, they must be Taoist runes. It was too terrifying. Even they felt like they were being penetrated. However, the other party was not a saint. How could he use Taoist runes? Taoist runes were condensed from the laws of heaven and earth and were used by saints. Unless, of course, the other party had the legendary born Taoism aptitude, which allowed them to fuse with the Taoism since birth, allowing them to cast Taoist patterns even before they became a saint. However, they had never heard that Enchanting had such a constitution. Damn it, this guy actually has such a trump card. Once these 9 talismans that were close to Tao patterns appeared, they might really be able to allow the other party to enter the valley. Sure enough, the 9 mysterious runes revolved around Enchanting, providing him with great power. Enchanting took a deep breath, then took a step forward and entered the valley. As soon as he entered, countless divine flames appeared in the valley and surged toward him. Fortunately, these 9 mysterious runes were too terrifying. It actually managed to block the attack of those mysterious flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart beat wildly. He went in, this guy actually went in. Heavens, could it be that he could really obtain the illusionary divine furnace? Even Huamujian's expression changed. Enchanting also heaved a sigh of relief. Clearly, he wasn't too sure before. However, the current situation allowed him to settle down. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he walked forward again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Enchanting gradually walked toward the center of the valley. The distance between him and the illusionary divine furnace was getting closer and closer. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In the dark red divine dragon, Enchanting, and Shinjingqiu's eyes were wide open. Among them, the dark red divine dragon was very shocked, and his head kept shaking. Shinjingqiu, who was beside him, was very worried. She said, "Strange dragon, don't tell me you've gone mad." Enchanting also asked through voice transmission, "Could it be? What did you find?" The dark red divine dragon gasped and also said through voice transmission, "Damn it, that's not a Tao pattern." If it's not a Tao pattern, then what is it? Emperor pattern. He actually knows the Emperor's talismans. Damn it, he has indeed obtained the inheritance of the great Emperor. Emperor pattern. Are you saying that those are the talismans left behind by the great emperor? Murong Qingqing was also very shocked after hearing that. Shen Jingqiu's little face was even more dazed. The great emperor was the existence at the peak of martial arts and was the dream of all warriors. No one knew exactly how strong the great emperor was. After all, no one had seen it with their own eyes. But from the records of ancient books, they knew that once the great emperor appeared, he would dominate the world and sweep through the universe. No one in the world was a match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest person. He could easily kill countless saints. He could turn the world upside down with a raise of his hand. For such a person, one could imagine how terrifying the talismans left behind were. No wonder he could resist the mysterious flame with just 9 talismans. This Yan Nantian was too amazing. They wondered which great emperor's inheritance he had obtained. Murong Qingqing's expression was solemn. Shen Jingqiu's little face turned pale. Then wouldn't he be invincible? Once this kind of talisman appeared, even the saints couldn't break it. This was simply an invincible position. However, the dark red divine dragon shook its head. The real great emperor's talisman was naturally unparalleled in the world, but Yan Nantian was just a young man. How could he display a complete emperor's talisman? I think he must have only comprehended a trace of the emperor's talisman and evolved these 9 talismans. If these 9 talismans were the real emperor's talisman, not to mention this valley, the entire Sky Flame City would probably be destroyed. So that's how it was. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu finally understood. The other party must have obtained the inheritance of the great emperor and comprehended some of the great emperor's talismans. At this moment, the means he displayed had indeed surpassed them. Do you think he can succeed? Murong Qingqing was nervous. Shen Jingqiu even said that if he went, those people wouldn't let him go. At that time, there would be a great battle. They wondered how brother Lin Xian was doing. They were very worried about Lin Xian's situation. No rush, let's wait and see. Although he had the inheritance of the great emperor, his strength was still too weak. He wasn't a saint yet. Sky Flame City was too mysterious. The flames on the void divine furnace were too terrifying. They wondered if this guy could obtain it in the end. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. The others held their breaths. The fire dragon king stared at it for a long time and screamed. I know, it's the emperor's talisman. As soon as the words came out, Huomuzhen and Feng Yunchua's pupils shrank. Emperor's talisman. No wonder it had such terrifying power. This wasn't a Dao talisman. Dao talismans existed in the world. They were the Dao talismans used by the saints after comprehending the laws. Talismans were different. Talismans were created by experts based on their own experience or Dao talismans. However, different experts created different talismans with different strengths. The talismans created by the great emperor were incomparably terrifying and mysterious. One talisman could probably kill a saint. This was the peak of the great emperor. Chapter 2977. Who would have thought that Yan Nantian would be so powerful to have great emperor runes? Huomuzhen's eyes flickered, and his face was extremely gloomy. The 9 great emperor runes blocked the mysterious flame. Yan Nantian must have other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps it was passed down by the great emperor. If that was the case, he might really be able to obtain the great void divine furnace. Thinking of this, Huomuzhen's eyes were filled with anxiety and gloominess. Previously, no one could do anything about it. So be it. But now, Yan Nantian had such a trick up his sleeve. Should he make a move? To be honest, he definitely wanted to make a move. After all, the great void divine furnace was extremely precious. But if he made a move now, he would fall out with Yan Nantian. Even the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others would not hold back. They would definitely make a move. At that time, there would be a great battle. It would be great if he could obtain the Great Void Divine Furnace. If he couldn't obtain it, he would not even have a chance to obtain the Heavenly Fire. After all, once he made a move, these people would no longer be in the alliance. And from the looks of it, Yan Nantian was very confident, but whether he could succeed in the end was still unknown. Therefore, for a moment, Huomuzhen's mind was filled with thoughts. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also had solemn expressions. It seemed that they were also struggling. Hua Xinyan had a sinister smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. In the dark red divine dragon and the others were all waiting for an opportunity. In the valley, Yan Nantian walked forward with the help of the 9 great runes. But in the end, he still stopped. This was because there were terrifying flame runes flashing in a 10-mile radius around the Great Void Divine Furnace. From the top of the cauldron, it spread out in all directions, forming a terrifying formation. This should be the 8 Desolation Divine Fire formation that Huomuzhen mentioned. This formation was so terrifying that even Yan Nantian did not dare to casually step forward. It was not that he did not want to, but he could not. This was because when he took a step forward, the 9 great runes on his body cracked. This made him know that he could not go any further. However, it was already not easy to reach this place. Next, he had to use another method. Having obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance, he didn't just have the Great Emperor's talisman. Yan Nantian took a deep breath. His body glowed brightly as he formed one ancient seal after another. In the next moment, the void above the valley swirled and turned into a vortex. A mysterious hand that was as long as a hand emerged from the vortex and grabbed at the illusionary divine furnace below. Seeing this scene, Feng Yinxue frowned. No, if he could grab it from a distance, he would have snatched it long ago. He had unleashed a blood phoenix phantom before, but it was burned to ashes as soon as it reached the valley. Even though Zhang Xian was only using his palm, his fate was likely to be similar to that of the Crimson Phoenix. He would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. However, in the next moment, Feng Yinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. He discovered that the mysterious palm did not shatter. Instead, it moved downward and enveloped the illusionary divine furnace. Damn it, how is this possible? Not to mention him, even the Fire Dragon King and Huomuzhen's pupils shrank. It seemed like the other party's methods were indeed mysterious. Hua Xinyan and Yen also stopped smiling. Their expressions became solemn. The Ancient Chaos Hand. I didn't expect you to obtain the inheritance of the Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The Fire Dragon King and the others looked solemn. They naturally had a deep understanding of the human race's great emperors. The Ancient Chaos Great Emperor was a very terrifying one in the past. In the dark red divine dragon and the others were also shocked. They finally figured out which great emperor's inheritance Yan Nantian had obtained. Could it be that he was really going to get it? Feng Yinxue murmured. The Fire Dragon King's eyes shone with a cold light. He was already prepared. As long as Yan Nantian took the illusionary divine furnace and left the valley, he would make his move. He wouldn't let the treasure fall into the hands of others. On the other side, Huomuzhen sneered. It was impossible. He was too greedy. He shook his head. Although Yan Nantian had displayed powerful strength and even used the Ancient Chaos Hand, he didn't think that the other party would succeed. His understanding of the illusionary divine furnace was deeper than others. With such a terrifying divine fire, even a saint might not be able to stop it. Not to mention the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, a large crack appeared on the Ancient Chaos Hand. The illusionary divine furnace was overflowing with flames as if it was going to burn everything. Yan Nanshan's face was incomparably pale. His eyes were filled with deep shock. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to catch it. Instead, he would be injured by the other party. Thinking of this, he sighed in his heart. It seemed that it was impossible to completely take away this mysterious and terrifying illusionary divine furnace. However, he wouldn't give up. Since he couldn't take it away, he would open it in front of everyone. He wanted to see what kind of treasure was in the illusionary divine furnace. In the next moment, he grabbed the cauldron of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the ancient chaos hand erupted with a terrifying aura. It directly grabbed the top of the furnace and then pulled it up forcefully. At this moment, Yan Nantian was like a great emperor awakening. He displayed a terrifying strength. The 9 runes beside him were constantly shining. On one hand, they were resisting the attacks of the divine fire. On the other hand, they were frantically absorbing the spiritual energy here to provide Yan Nantian with power. Boom! 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 The ancient chaos hand unleashed its power. The top of the illusionary divine furnace rumbled and a crack appeared. Seeing this scene, Huomuzhen's pupils shrank. Damn it! Could it be that he could really open the illusionary divine furnace? Thinking of this, his heart thumped wildly. The others also looked solemn. It seemed that there was hope. Even if they couldn't take away the illusionary divine furnace, it was still extremely good to snatch the treasure inside. The dark red divine dragon that was hiding in the dark was also extremely shocked. This Yan Nantian was really terrifying. Usually, he hadn't seen him fight many times. It didn't expect his methods to be so terrifying. It seemed that it had to be wary of him in the future. Open! In the valley, Yan Nantian roared. The 9 runes on his body erupted at the same time. They were like 9 suns. The ancient chaos hand was also void. It became solid as if it was a real great emperor's hand that descended from the sky. It directly lifted the top of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the illusionary divine furnace let out an earth-shattering sound. A desolate aura rushed out in all directions. A terrifying pressure shrouded everyone's heart, causing their souls to tremble. However, their eyes were fixed on the front. They wanted to see clearly what was inside the illusionary divine furnace. However, the illusionary divine furnace was too mysterious. It was chaotic inside. It was as if it wasn't a furnace, but a real world. They couldn't see clearly at all. In this chaotic void, there was a fiery red light that streaked across and circled above the illusionary divine furnace. It carried a terrifying flame power and a thick fragrance. This fragrance was simply too astonishing. Even the Fire Dragon King and the others had never seen it before. Chapter 2978. A Divine Pill. They widened their eyes because they realized that the fiery red light kept changing, but it looked like a pill. A pill from the great void divine furnace. It had existed for countless years. This was an immortal pill. These people were stunned. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes turned red. They wanted to snatch it immediately. After all, Skyflame City was extremely mysterious. Even the great emperors could not see through its secrets. It was rumored that this was a huge city that fell from the celestial world. The pill inside was definitely an immortal pill. Brother Yen, let me lend you a helping hand. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King laughed loudly. His eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon blood on his body surged, turning into the shadow of a fire dragon that roared in the sky. That fire dragon was extremely valiant and extraordinary. It extended a dragon claw and grabbed towards the valley. It wanted to grab that fiery red immortal pill in its hand. Humph. Let me give you a helping hand too. Huamuzhan also attacked. The fire Qilin on his body shone brightly. Qilin arm. With a roar, endless bloodline power formed a Qilin arm in front of him. It also grabbed at the immortal pill. On the other side, Feng Yingxue shouted. She did not say anything, but she also attacked with all her might. The shadow of a phoenix soared into the sky. This time, it was much more terrifying than the blood phoenix. They attacked aggressively. It seemed like they wanted to snatch the immortal pill that had just appeared. At the side, Huaxinyan also made his move. The four top sky prides attacked together. In the valley, Yan Nantian snorted coldly. He had used all his strength to open the great void divine furnace and obtain such an immortal pill. How could he give it to others? With a roar, the 9 runes around him shone brightly. He was about to counterattack. However, at this moment, his pupils shrank. Not good. He quickly retreated. The great void divine furnace in front of him reacted to the attacks of the 4 top sky prides. There was a loud boom. A terrifying force burst out from the great void divine furnace. Together with the 8 barren divine fire array, it exploded and swept out in all directions. Boom boom boom. The attacks of the 4 top sky prides shattered in an instant. The fire dragon, Qilin arm, phoenix shadow, and Huaxinyan's powerful attacks were all turned into ashes. The ancient chaos hand was not spared either. It instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. It was simply too powerful. It was simply not something that they could withstand. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yunxue, and the other 3 were injured. They retreated and vomited blood, their faces pale. Yan Nantian, who was in the valley, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. In an instant, he was engulfed by the endless divine fire. Damn it, did I fail? Huamuzhan gritted his teeth in anger. Feng Yingxue and the others also had ugly looks on their faces. That strike just now had made them tremble. Fortunately, they were outside the valley. Otherwise, they would likely end up in an extremely miserable state. Thinking of this, they looked ahead at the valley that was surrounded by endless flames. Was Yan Nantian killed? Even though he had the monarch talisman, they did not think he could survive the attack. Unless a true great emperor had awakened. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were equally nervous. The dark red divine furnace shook its head. Damn, what a pity. A descendant of the earth had been killed just like that. Whoosh! Just when everyone thought that Yan Nantian had been burned to ashes by the divine fire, the void outside the valley split open and a figure appeared. It was Yan Nantian. However, his face was abnormally pale. There was no trace of blood. He was not dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the Crimson Divine Dragon was stunned. What was going on? How did he do it? Logically speaking, even a sage would not be able to withstand such a terrifying divine fire. How did he survive? Could it be? The dark red divine dragon looked at the valley. In the valley, the terrifying divine fire slowly disappeared. A broken talisman slowly floated down from the sky. The ancient chaos talisman. You actually have such a thing. Huaxinyan screamed. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also shocked. No wonder he could survive. They had heard of the ancient chaos talisman before. It was equivalent to a death substitute talisman. In a moment of crisis, Yan Nantian would probably use such a precious talisman to save himself. Indeed, Yan Nantian's face was extremely gloomy. It was as if blood was about to drip from his face. He felt a lump in his throat. The ancient chaos talisman was extremely precious. Even he did not have many of them. Every time he used it, he would have one less. It was a life-saving measure. No matter how dangerous the situation was, once he used the ancient Chaos Talisman, he would be able to escape. Originally, he thought that he might not be able to use it in this lifetime. But who would have thought that in this mysterious valley, he would actually use up an ancient Chaos Emperor talisman? What was worse was that he did not obtain any treasures at all. The ancient Chaos Talisman. You are the successor of the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the sky. Then, a figure descended. Zhan Wuxuang. At this moment, Zhan Wuxuang was in an extremely sorry state. His black hair was disheveled, blood flowed from his body, and his armor was broken. Yan Nantian snorted and looked at the other party. Then, he was stunned. Not only him, but the Fire Dragon King and the others were also stunned. What happened? Zhan Wuxuang was injured. What was he doing? He seemed to be seriously injured. Could it be that he had activated some supreme formation again? Otherwise, he would not be so injured. Let's see where you can run to. Just as they were shocked, a cold voice came from the sky again. Buzz buzz buzz. Endless dragon shadows wrapped around a figure and descended quickly. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god. He was murderous and unstoppable. He pointed the blazing Qilin sword at Zhan Wuxuang. What? It's this kid. Could it be that Zhan Wuxuang was injured by this kid? That's impossible. The Fire Dragon King and the others were stunned. They stared at Lin Xian in disbelief. This should not be. He was just an ant. How could he be so powerful? Zhan Wuxuang was at the same level as them and was extremely powerful. Although this human kid was powerful, they did not think much of him. From the beginning to the end, they did not even look at each other in the eye. But now, the ant in their eyes had actually managed to injure geniuses of the same cultivation level as them. And from the looks of it, he had been chasing after him. Damn it! How could this be? What was going on? Huamuzhen and the others looked gloomy. They tried to recall the geniuses they had sent out. Because they had watched the battle between the two sides, they thought that if they called those geniuses over, they would be able to see clearly. Whoosh! A few figures ran over from afar. It was Liang Luo. Soon, Huamuzhen and the others looked extremely gloomy. It was really that kid who had injured Zhan Wuxuang. Moreover, the kid had hidden his strength far beyond their imagination. Damn it! This made them uneasy. They did not expect another peerless enemy to appear. Lin Xian stared at Zhan Wuxuang and Yan Nantian at the same time. He was really shocked. Rumor had it that Yan Nantian had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. He did not expect it to be confirmed today. Chapter 2979. He had seen how Yan Nantian tried to snatch the Void Divine Furnace. However, Yan Nantian did not succeed in the end. However, this did not mean that Yan Nantian was weak. On the contrary, Yan Nantian was ridiculously strong. One had to know that the Fire Dragon King and the others could not do anything. However, Yan Nantian did it. Moreover, he almost succeeded. Was this the successor of the great emperor? He was indeed terrifying. Originally, Lin Xian had assumed that only Leaf Dao Denier and Dustless would be a match for him among the humans. However, it seemed that Yan Nantian was really terrifying. His skills were probably above Wu Dao's. Damn brat, don't go too far. Zhan Wuxuang roared in anger. Even now, Yan Nantian still dared to point his sword at him. This made him very embarrassed. Lin Xian retracted his gaze from Yan Nantian. He then looked at Zhang Wuxuang in disappointment and sneered. Why? Did you think that someone would back you up here? You are still fighting the #1 genius. What a piece of trash. You need someone to back you up. Forget it. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of my attention. Lin Xian retracted his sword. You! Zhang Wuxuang was so angry that he vomited blood. He really could not defeat Lin Xian now. Moreover, he was injured and could not use his trump card. Hence, he snorted and stared at Yan Nantian with a dark face. He swore that as long as he had the chance, he would not let Yan Nantian off. Lin Xian ignored Zhang Wuxuang and did not attack again. After all, Zhang Wuxuang was not the only one here. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also here. If he attacked, these guys would definitely attack. There was another reason as well. The Fire Spirit Pearl that he had previously absorbed was actually reacting to him. He had already absorbed the energy in the Fire Spirit Pearl. However, the Fire Spirit Pearl did not shatter. It was like a crystal that remained in the mysterious small sword. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Pearl vibrated again. Something must have triggered the Fire Spirit Pearl. Was it the Void Divine Furnace? Or the mysterious Heaven Fire? Lin Xian did not know. However, he felt that this might be an opportunity. Therefore, he did not intend to attack again. On the other side, the Flame Dragon King and the others also had gloomy expressions. They looked at the great Void Divine Furnace in front of them, shook their heads and sighed. If even Yan Nantian couldn't get it, then they probably wouldn't have a chance either. Therefore, these people either left the valley and returned to the fiery lake to prepare to break the formation and seize the heavenly flame. Otherwise, they would walk to the side and search for other king medicines. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover from their injuries. Lin Xian also came to a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. From the looks of it, he was recovering his strength. In fact, while he was recovering his strength, he was also transmitting a voice transmission to tell her about the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body. The Crimson Divine Dragon was shocked when it heard that. It seemed like the Fire Spirit Pearl was indeed related to something here. He just didn't know. Which one was it? Lin Xian asked. Ruffian Long, are you confident in breaking these formations? The dark red dragon took a deep breath. It wasn't impossible to crack it, but it would take some time. Maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe 8 or 10 years. After all, you should know that these formations are not ordinary. Lin Xian sighed when he heard that. If even the Crimson Divine Dragon said so, it would be even more difficult for the others to crack it. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. He realized that the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body was suddenly filled with dense patterns. He had seen these patterns before, but he had been absorbing energy back then and didn't pay attention to them. Now, it seemed like there was another secret behind it. He studied it carefully and found that it seemed to be a formation. At that thought, Lin Xian said, Ruffian Long, protect me secretly. He closed his eyes and sent his soul spirit into the space inside the small sword to study the Fire Spirit Pearl. The others didn't know that Lin Xian was recuperating. As for those people, they began to walk in all directions. For a moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Gradually, Huomuzhen and the others came to the fiery lake again, preparing to break the heavenly flame formation. The Fire Dragon King and the 3 supreme ancient theocrats were busy. Everyone was trying to break the formation. Around the fiery lake, runes and flames intertwined. It was a strange scene. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. 3 days passed, and no one had any clue. However, they didn't give up. They knew that they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. However, they didn't give up either. As for Huomuzhen and the others, their expressions were incomparably solemn as they unleashed everything they had learned in their lives. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He was ecstatic. Excitement, he was really too excited. In the past 3 days, his soul spirit had entered the mysterious small sword to study the fire spirit pearl. He found that the patterns in the fire spirit pearl were actually formations. To be precise, there were 2 formations. One was called the Heavenly Flame Formation, and the other was called the 8 Barren Divine Flame Formation. Not only were the 2 formations recorded in the sword, but it also recorded the methods to break them. Lin Xian was ecstatic. The Heavenly Flame Formation and the 8 Barren Divine Flame Formation were the 2 formations that protected the Heavenly Flame and the Void Divine Furnace. Outside, Huomuzhen and the other top geniuses had used countless methods, but they were all at their wits' end. However, he had found a way to break it. He was too excited. It seemed like it was time to make a move. However, it was impossible for him to brazenly attempt to breach the 2 spirit formations. Because even if he broke it, the treasures might not necessarily be his in the end. Although he was a top genius, there were too many opponents. If the 3 supreme ancient royal families joined forces, he wouldn't be able to fight them. Therefore, he had to think of a way to let these people kill each other first. Then, he would be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Lin Xian transmitted the news to the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shenjingqiu. After the 3 of them heard, their hearts beat wildly. The dark red divine dragon was especially excited. You really have a way to break it? Lin Xian nodded. However, how to do it was still a problem. Murong Qingqing sighed. Brother Xian, I think it's better to choose one of them. It's not realistic to get both of them. Indeed, Lin Xian wasn't too greedy. As long as he could get one of the treasures, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Shenjingqiu blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, when Yan Nantian opened the void divine furnace, there was a ball of fiery red light shining. In the end, it turned into an immortal pill. According to my perception, the aura of the red pill was very similar to the heavenly flame in the flaming lake. Therefore, I guess that the red pill must be related to the heavenly flame. Perhaps it has a component of the heavenly flame. What? There's such a thing. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Chapter 2980. To be honest, they only knew that the red pill was mysterious and contained terrifying power. However, they did not know if it had anything to do with the heavenly fire. Of course, they did not doubt Shenjingqiu's words because they knew that Shenjingqiu had an innate spirit body. Such a spirit body was very sensitive to power. Perhaps among all the elite prodigies present, only Shenjingqiu could sense it. In that case, Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had an idea. Why don't we give up on the heavenly fire? Firstly, the pill contained the heavenly fire. Here, Huomuzhen and the others were studying the heavenly fire. It seemed that they wanted to seize the heavenly fire. If we break the array now, they will definitely go crazy and fight for the heavenly fire. When they fight, we can take the opportunity to break the 8 Desolation Divine Fire Array and scheme for the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Even if we can't take the furnace away, it would be great if we can get the pill inside. After all, although the heavenly fire was good, the Void Sky Divine Furnace was even more mysterious. Besides the red pill, there might be other treasures inside. However, if we break it and they fight here, what should we do? We can't go to the valley and seize the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Murong Qingqing frowned. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. It was fine. Fire Qilin Cave had been plotting for a long time. Huomuzhen was powerful, and they knew Skyfire City very well. As long as they could seize the heavenly fire, they would definitely leave. Don't forget about the teleportation array in the garden. They would definitely use that teleportation array to leave. Therefore, there would be a big hunt. After they leave, we just have to seize the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Lin Xian's plan was very good. After Murong Qingqing and the others heard it, they nodded. Alright, let's do it. Lin Xian could not take the initiative. After all, it would be too obvious if he did. Therefore, he told the Dark Red Divine Dragon the way to break the array. He let the Dark Red Divine Dragon do it secretly. After all, they were covered by the mysterious feathers and no one could see or eat them. Then, let's start. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Then, he went outside the valley again, pulled out the Fire Qilin sword, and bombarded the valley. He wanted to create a commotion to attract the attention of those people. That way, the Dark Red Divine Dragon would be able to do it quietly. As expected, Lin Xian's side began to attack the valley. All sorts of terrifying divine abilities and martial arts were displayed. Rumbling sounds rang out as flames filled the air and sword qi danced in the air. In the distance, Huomuzhen and the others all looked over. Damn it, what is this brat trying to do? Was he crazy? Humph, did he think that he could break the 8 Barons' divine fire array just because he could defeat Zhan Wushuang? What an idiot! These people sneered disdainfully. However, they did not know that beside them, the Dark Red Dragon was quietly cracking the array formation. Lin Xian's solution was obtained from the Fire Spirit Pearl. It was very profound and mysterious. He only needed to change the arrangement of some runic patterns to break the array formation. Therefore, the Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon's operation could be said to be silent. 1 spot, 2 spots, 3 spots. In the end, the Dark Red Divine Dragon cracked all 49 of them. When the last one was cracked, the Dark Red Divine Dragon hurriedly left with Murong Qingqing and the others. Not long after they left, a white mist suddenly appeared around the fiery lake, followed by a series of deep voices. The entire ground began to tremble. Damn it, what happened? Huomuzhen and the others were shocked. At first, they thought that something was wrong with Lin Xian's side. However, they realized that it was not the case. There was a problem with the fiery lake around them. Could it be that the array formation had been opened? They were extremely shocked. Impossible. They had been searching for so long but had no clue. How did the array formation break? Could it be that someone was lucky and accidentally triggered the mechanism to break the array formation? The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. After all, they were not the only top prodigies who were cracking the array formation. The other prodigies of the 10,000 ancient races were also cracking the array formation. There were so many people. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them were lucky enough to encounter it. However, they did not have time to think too much now. The array formation around the flaming lake let out a rumbling sound and quickly disappeared. The fiery lake appeared in front of everyone, and a monstrous and terrifying aura rushed toward them. It was as if they were facing the divine fire in the valley again. It was finally open. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave were excited, and the prodigies of the other 3 royal families were also wild with joy. Feng Yinxue, Huomuzhen, and the others were excited. At this moment, everyone stood up and stared at the fiery lake in front of them. Attack! Huomuzhen was the first to roar. His figure flashed, and a Fire Qilin appeared and rushed over. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth trembled. A terrifying power surged in all directions. Damn it, how dare you! Feng Yinxue shouted. Her arms danced, and she struck out with the Phoenix Seal. The Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wushuang, and Hua Xinyan did not want to be left behind. They all displayed their powerful abilities. Get lost! At the front, Huomuzhen roared and spat out a bronze pagoda. As soon as the bronze pagoda appeared, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. With a gentle sound, a terrifying sound wave swept in all directions. Buzz! The space shattered, and thousands of runes bloomed. Not good. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others' expressions changed. That was because the bronze pagoda was too terrifying. The runes on it were terrifying. It was the work of a sage. Those runes were carved by a sage, and they were far more powerful than ordinary weapons. Therefore, in an instant, they were blasted away. Damn it, this guy has been preparing for a long time. He must be plotting against us. Feng Yinxue screamed. She felt that the formation was not activated by chance, but by Huomuzhen. Previously, the other party had been pretending and did not break the formation directly. Instead, he waited for these people to be exhausted, anxious, and lost their confidence before breaking the formation. The other party was well prepared. At this moment, the bronze pagoda was the best proof. The Fire Dragon King gritted his teeth. On the other side, Yan Nantian let out a long roar. His body emitted a dazzling light, and 9 mysterious runes shrouded him, emitting a terrifying aura. Monarch runes. At this moment, Yan Nantian once again used the monarch runes and quickly walked forward. As soon as the monarch runes appeared, they blocked the power of the bronze pagoda. I won't let you get the heavenly fire. Yan Nanshan's voice was cold as if a monarch had been resurrected. In front, Huomuzhen sneered, and the Qilin head let out a sinister laugh. Who do you think you are? Are you really a monarch that has been resurrected? You're still too young in front of me. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out third-grade flying swords. Each of them was as red as fire and emitted a terrifying aura. Not good, it's a forbidden weapon. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King's eyelids twitched wildly. Huomuzhen sneered, and one of the flying swords enlarged, becoming 100 feet long. It slashed forward and broke through the flaming lake. Chapter 2981. Damn it! The forbidden artifact's power was no weaker than a half-step sacred artifact. Dodge it! They dodged one after another. Forbidden artifacts were very powerful, but they could not last long. Generally, they would break after a few uses. Although it was inferior to a half-step sacred artifact in this aspect, it was extremely terrifying in other aspects. For example, its sudden burst of power or the effect of self-destruction was very terrifying. Even Yan Nantian, who had the Great Emperor's talisman, did not dare to resist it. This energy was comparable to the self-destruction of a half-step sacred artifact. Therefore, he moved quickly. Boom! 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 The void around the flaming lake quickly shattered. Other than Huomuzhen, no one dared to stay here. Huomuzhen had already opened the flaming lake. In the lake, there was a fist-sized flame that emitted a monstrous aura. Heavenly fire. Huomuzhen smiled when he saw the flame. He knew that it was the flame of his dreams. Because the aura emitted from it was too terrifying. It was like the king of all flames. Even his body was trembling and cracks appeared. His own strength could not suppress the heavenly fire at all. However, the bronze pagoda above his head could. It was the work of a sage. The bronze pagoda cast a spell, and thousands of auras hung down like divine chains, enveloping the heavenly fire. Then, it kept the heavenly fire. Let's go. Huomuzhen laughed loudly and flew in the sky. He called out to the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave and quickly left. Around him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue's eyes turned red when they saw this scene. Especially Feng Yinxue, she screamed. How dare you? Stay! She screamed crazily. At this moment, she did not hold back. 2 pairs of phoenix wings appeared on her back. As she whistled, ice sealed thousands of miles. The entire space froze. The Fire Dragon King also turned into a fire dragon. He kept roaring, and his dragon claws tore the void apart. However, he was forced back by the Rainbow Pagoda. Huomuzhen was extremely powerful at this moment. His speed was also very fast. Get out of here! He shouted loudly, turned into rolling flames, and fled. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave followed closely behind. All of them were extremely excited. They finally got the heavenly fire. Damn it, stop them. Don't let any of them go. Feng Yinxue screamed, and the Fire Dragon King roared as well. Zhan Wushuang, Yan Nantian, and Hua Xinyan also quickly followed. Their target was Huomuzhen. For a moment, many figures were tumbling in the sky. In front of him, Huomuzhen turned his head and revealed a ferocious smile. You want to hunt me down with just the likes of you? Go to hell. With that, he roared, and the 3rd flying sword beside him flew out again. This was also a forbidden artifact, and it exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy cut off the space and blocked everyone. By the time the energy dissipated, Huomuzhen had already led the people of the Fire Qilin Cave out of the cave. Damn it, Chase! I must catch up to him. I can't let him escape. Behind him, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the other Sky Prides roared crazily. They killed their way out like madmen. Damn it, I was tricked by the Fire Qilin Cave. They would not allow Huomuzhen to escape. Ha 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 ha. Huomuzhen took the lead. He stepped on a fire cloud and flew quickly. Beside him were the Sky Prides of the Fire Cloud Cave. These people were also extremely excited. They had finally obtained the heavenly fire. Next, they would be able to leave this place. According to the ancient emperor's memories, there was a teleportation array ahead that could teleport them away. Previously, Huomuzhen had also sensed that although the teleportation array had not been used for a long time, it was undamaged. It could be activated at any time. After using the teleportation array to leave, they had completely shaken off the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge. At that time, they could calmly go and seize the Qilin Eye. As for the Void Divine Furnace, they had given up on it this time. However, they had obtained 2 of the 3 treasures of Heavenly Fire City. After returning, the Qilin Crown Prince would definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, they were wild with joy. However, at this moment, a scream came from behind. It turned out that a palm had descended from the sky and directly slapped 2 geniuses of the Fire Spirit Cave to death. Damn it, the chaotic ancient palm. Seeing this scene, Huomuzhen's face darkened. Needless to say, it was Yan Nantian who had made a move. The other party was really powerful. As expected of someone who had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. What should we do, Lord 7th? Should we kill them? The eyes of the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave beside him were bloodshot. They had never been hunted down like this before. Huomuzhen gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. There was no need to care about these people. Let's hurry up and fly. All of you, burn your bloodline power. We must leave this place as soon as possible. So what if 1 or 2 geniuses died? As long as they could leave this place, they would be safe. Without their guidance, it would be a problem for the remaining people to leave Heavenly Fire City, let alone obtain the treasures. As they were returning along the same path, Huomuzhen and the others were very fast. They were not obstructed at all. Not long after, they arrived at the garden from before. Not good, there was something wrong with that garden. It was very likely to be a teleportation array. Behind them, the Fire Dragon King and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. They had felt that it was suspicious previously. Huomuzhen had stood under the rockery in the garden for a long time. At that time, they were suspicious. They had investigated, but they did not find anything. Now, it seemed that there was indeed a problem. Hurry up and don't let him leave. The Fire Dragon King roared angrily. Fire Dragon descends. He used a great divine ability. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. Chaotic Ancient Divine Fist. Apocalyptic Blade. Heaven Battling Divine Blade. The top geniuses attacked crazily, trying to destroy the entire garden. As long as the array was destroyed, he did not believe that they could not escape alive. You want to stop me? It's not that easy. Huomuzhen laughed sinisterly, opened his mouth, and spat out another treasure. It was a disc array. It quickly expanded in the wind and directly merged into the void. Then, the array was activated and enveloped the entire garden. With my Divine Sun Universe array, you can stay outside. Huomuzhen and the others laughed crazily. That was an extremely powerful defensive array. Those below the Sage Realm would not be able to break it. Chapter 2982. Even though the void had been shattered, the spirit formation remained completely unscathed. Zhang Wushuang's face turned hideous. The other sky prides also looked cold. Let me try. Hua Xinyan walked out, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. Around him, balls of flames danced as if they could burn everything. It was the earthly blaze. He had such a strange flame. Feng Yingxue and the others exclaimed. It was a terrifying flame that was born from the earth, and it was very difficult to subdue. They did not expect it to be refined by him. Sure enough, when the flame appeared, the surrounding void distorted. Many sky prides trembled as they looked in front of them in fear. Poof! The earthly blaze landed on the array and burned rapidly. Soon, it spread throughout the entire space. The array shook violently, but it resisted in the end. Damn it, how could it be so strong? Hua Xinyan frowned when he saw this. In the garden, Huomuzhen and the others still came to the array. He looked at the exasperated faces of the people outside the garden and laughed proudly. Idiots! The Divine Sun Universe array was an extremely strong defensive array. No one below the sage level could break it. You people should stop dreaming. Huomuzhen laughed. I'll miss you after I leave Sky Flame City. I hope you can escape from here within 100 years. Huomuzhen was overjoyed. Without his guidance, these people would not be able to leave. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yingxue's faces darkened. When they entered the fourth area, Huomuzhen had provided them with the method to break the array. They had worked together and spent a lot of effort to break it. Now that they did not have Huomuzhen's guidance, it would be much more difficult for them to leave. Damn it! Thinking of this, Feng Yingxue screamed and attacked again. An ice sword fell from the sky, and it was powerful enough to destroy the world. It slashed on the array, but it did not break it. Humph! You bitch, you keep going against me. Who do you think you are? Now, just stay here obediently. When I'm in a good mood, I might come back to collect your corpse in 100 years. Huomuzhen's arrogant voice sounded again. Hearing this, Feng Yingxue was so angry that she vomited blood. Ah! How dare he insult her like this? This drove her crazy. Damn you, Huomuzhen, I'll kill you. Kill me. Stop dreaming. Huomuzhen sneered. Do you think you have the strength to do so? Be good and stay here. I'm going to leave. Huamuzhen was very proud of himself. After returning this time, he would definitely be rewarded by the Crown Prince. At that time, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds again. As for these people, they were trapped here. What could the other party use to kill him? At the thought of this, he called the prodigies of the Fire Chelan Grotto to stand on the array formation. Then, he formed a seal with his palm. 9 divine crystals flew out of his sleeves in different directions, providing a tremendous amount of energy. Activate the formation. With a cold shout, Huamuzhen's body exploded with light. One after another, mysterious runes hit the formation. Oh no, I can't let him go. Fengnianxue, the Fire Dragon King, and the other top sky prides attacked like crazy. However, it was still blocked by the array formation. Although cracks had appeared on the formation, it did not shatter. On the teleportation array, Huamuzhen and the others smiled. Goodbye. He was about to leave this place. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. The surrounding prodigies of the Fire Chelan Grotto also looked at each other. What was going on? Why weren't they teleported away? Damned teleportation array, activate. Huamuzhen shouted coldly. He thought that the divine crystals he threw out were not enough, so he threw out 9 more and merged them into the array formation. The teleportation array made a buzzing sound, but in an instant, the light disappeared again. They were not teleported away. Damn it, what was going on? How could this be? Huamuzhen's face was gloomy, and the expressions of the prodigies around him changed drastically. Could it be that there was a problem with the array formation? That was impossible. Huamuzhen had personally checked before. The array formation was intact and could be activated at any time. Moreover, he had done it very secretly. He did not believe that these people could see through it. Judging from the situation when these people were chasing after him, they really did not know that there was a teleportation array here. In other words, it was impossible for these people to destroy it. But why could the teleportation array not be activated? How could this be? What should we do, Lord Seventh? The faces of the surrounding prodigies of the Fire Chelan Grotto also turned pale. Could it be that this array formation was broken? That was impossible. Although many tens of thousands of years had passed, so many killing arrays had been used before. This array formation should not be broken. Their faces were also gloomy. What exactly happened? Damn it, I don't believe it. It must be that the array formation had not been activated for a long time, so the energy required was relatively large. His eyes were bloodshot. This time, he threw out 49 divine crystals. Those divine crystals were like small suns, blooming with vast energy and enveloping the entire array formation. This time, the energy should be enough. Huamuzhen gritted his teeth and quickly formed a seal with his palms. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. However, this time, they still did not teleport away. All the energy was absorbed by the array formation, but they still stayed in place. How could this be? The prodigies of the Fire Chelan Grotto were about to go crazy. They looked at the people outside the array formation, their bodies trembling. Previously, they had completely offended the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Zhan Wushuang and other top prodigies. If they could teleport away, then it would be fine. However, if they could not teleport away, they would face the anger of so many top prodigies. Would they be able to withstand it? Not to mention them, even their 7th generation master would not be able to resist. Huamuzhen's face also turned green. He roared in exasperation. Damn it, you bastard! Open it! He had gone crazy. He roared like a wild dog, but the array formation remained indifferent. Outside the array formation, Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others were also stunned. What was going on? Huamuzhen and the others were not teleported away. To be honest, they did not believe it either. It seemed that there was a problem with the array formation. Hua Xinyan sneered. Everyone was stunned, then revealed a sinister expression. This Huamuzhen was really courting death. Fire Dragon King sneered. Feng Yinxue was even more murderous. Great, there was finally a chance to kill him with his own hands. Zhan Wushuang and Yan Nantian also snorted coldly. Their expressions were incomparably cold. They attacked together. They would shatter the array formation. Cracks had already appeared on the array formation. Now that they were attacking even more violently, it probably would not last long. 7th Generation Master, what should we do? Chapter 2983. Huamuzhen was trembling with anger. Damn it, how did this happen? To be honest, he did not expect that he would not be able to leave after offending so many people. His previous plan was very good. He would seize the treasure, activate the teleportation array, and leave directly. However, he had obtained the treasure, but now, the array formation had failed. No, it can't have failed. Someone must have sabotaged it. Huamuzhen looked ferocious. He kept feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands behind him that were pushing everything. When the great heavenly fire array was broken, he had some doubts. Those people thought that he was the one who cracked it, but he knew that he did not know how to crack the array formation. However, the array formation was inexplicably broken. He previously thought that someone was lucky and triggered the array formation's mechanism. But now that he thought about it, that was unlikely. This ancient great array was so mysterious that it was not something that could be opened by luck alone. However, in just 3 days, the great heavenly fire array was activated. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed very suspicious. Coupled with the fact that the teleportation array could not be activated, that made Huamuzhen's heart sink to the extreme. He knew that he had been set up. But who was the one who did it? Damn it! Could it be that there's a peerless expert hiding in the dark? Who is it? Come out! He roared like a madman. How dare you set me up? I'll definitely kill you. Fire Qilin Cave will definitely not let you off. However, no one answered. What answered him was only an earth-shattering sound. With a boom, endless light flickered, and the surrounding divine sun universe array shattered with a bang. Fire Dragon King, Feng Yunxue, and the others rushed over. Behind them were the primordial elites of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and Divine Emperor Ridge. Oh no! The primordial elites of the Fire Qilin Cave were so scared that they were about to cry. Huamuzhen's face was also extremely pale. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Seeing that the other party had arrived, Huamuzhen hurriedly roared. They had been set up, and they had to find the person who was hiding in the dark. Misunderstanding my ass. Feng Yunxue rushed forward with a murderous aura, not giving Huamuzhen a chance to speak at all. Previously, he dared to call her AB*TCH and humiliate her. How could she tolerate it? Boz! She extended her jade-like hand, which transformed into a divine bird. It carried the divine light of leaf fire as it pierced through the clouds and charged at Huamuzhen. It could be said that he did not hold back at all in this palm strike. Therefore, the sky prides around Huamuzhen trembled, unable to resist at all. Huamuzhen shouted angrily, and a cold light burst from his eyes. A sea of fire gushed out from his body, and his king's domain enveloped the geniuses around him, forming a strong defense. At the same time, he punched out. Boom! The sky was filled with crimson clouds that emanated from his fist, spreading out in all directions. This punch was like a peerless ferocious beast that had broken free from its shackles and charged forward. Clang! When the two collided, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying explosion of energy blew those geniuses away. Only the Flame Dragon King and the others were still able to advance. Huamujian's face darkened. He roared, "Retreat!" The sky prides behind him could not withstand such a ferocious attack. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Now that the other party was going crazy, he had to leave this place. However, he had just retreated. Behind him, a divine blade descended. It was sparkling and translucent, carrying terrifying divine force, cutting off his path of retreat. Buzz! Countless runes flickered above his head. A huge vortex appeared, and a god-fiend's palm reached out from the vortex, emitting a monstrous aura. The Flame Dragon King and Yen Nantian had made their move. Oh no! Huamujian's pupils constricted. He was the 7th-generation god-fiend, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. However, he could not fight against so many geniuses of the same level as him. Therefore, he could only hide. His body turned into a stream of light. He burned his bloodline power and narrowly avoided such a terrifying killing move. At the same time, he screamed frantically, "Stop! I've been tricked. The array has been tampered with and can't be used anymore. Moreover, I wasn't the one who broke the heavenly fire array. Someone broke it in the dark. There's a peerless expert lurking around us. We have to find that person, or there will be endless trouble." Humph. Hearing that, the Flame Dragon King snorted coldly. Zhang Wushuang, Yen Nantian, and the others also felt cold. They didn't believe such nonsense. Feng Yinxue sneered. "Someone tricked you. Someone secretly attacked you. Do you think I'll believe you? We have so many experts, but we can't see through the other party. Could it be that the other party is a saint? A saint can't enter this place. Besides, when you escaped with the heavenly fire, was there someone tricking you? When you humiliated me in the array, was there someone forcing you to say it? Damn you, Huamujian, I won't let you go today." Feng Yinxue's murderous aura pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The others also attacked aggressively. Although they were also very confused, they were all burning with anger. They had to capture Huamujian and torture him. Then, they would think about whether the details were as the other party had said. These people did not hold back. One by one, they unleashed their terrifying divine abilities. "Ah! Damn it, I'll fight it out with you!" Huamujian screamed crazily. His eyes were wide open, and the blood in his body surged. A huge fire Qilin phantom appeared and roared at the sky. At the same time, he burned his bloodline power, and the bronze pagoda also rushed out from between his brows. He did not hold back at all and fought against these people. In an instant, a great battle broke out. In the end, Huamujian used the heavenly fire that he had just obtained. Monstrous flames filled the air. The entire space was enveloped by a peerless power. Other than Yen Nantian, Fire Dragon King, and the others who fought against it, the other ancient paragons all retreated frantically, not daring to get close at all. However, the paragons of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge were not idle either. They all charged towards the paragons of the Fire Qilin Cave. For a moment, the battle was very tragic. While these people were fighting desperately, on the other side, the cave was eerily quiet. At this moment, the cave inside was still like a paradise on earth. The flaming lake that was split open by the saber once again recovered, but there was still no one there. In the entire paradise on earth, only Lin Xian was left. Of course, there was also the dark red divine dragon and the others. They walked out of the mysterious feather. They were finally out. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Jingqiu looked around curiously. The dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. Kid, let's start quickly. Lin Xian nodded. There was no time to lose. They had to make a move quickly. Who knew what happened to those people outside? The group of people moved quickly and arrived outside the valley. Looking at the void divine furnace in front of them, everyone's eyes burned with passion. My God! The snow-white little monkey also jumped out, scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, it also knew that the array formation ahead was terrifying, so it did not dare to move forward. Chapter 2984. Because they already had the method to break it, they took action very quickly. Not long after, the entire 8 Desolation Divine Fire Array trembled slightly and then disappeared. Great, it's broken. The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed and the snow-white monkey flew over. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also arrived at the front. Void Divine Furnace. Everyone looked at the divine furnace in front of them and became excited. One of the pills inside was refined using the heavenly flame. Its value was definitely higher than the heavenly flame. And this was only one of the treasures. There must be other treasures inside. In other words, the value of the entire void divine furnace far exceeded the heavenly fire. Hurry up and take it away. The dark red divine dragon set up a layer of array outside to prevent them from causing too much of a commotion when taking the treasures and alerting the outside. Let me try. After setting up the array, the dark red divine dragon couldn't wait any longer. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow the void divine furnace. The mysterious runes on the void divine furnace flickered and terrifying divine flames spread out, scaring the dark red divine dragon so much that he quickly retreated. No, although the 8 Desolation Divine Fire Array was broken, the void divine furnace was too terrifying. It would be difficult for those below the sage realm to walk. Let's open the furnace. The dark red divine dragon shook his head and stretched out his dragon claws, grabbing the top of the furnace and lifting it. However, the void divine furnace didn't move at all. Damn, why is it so heavy? Everyone was stunned. The dark red divine dragon could easily lift 100,000 mountains with just one move. However, the void divine furnace didn't move. That Yan Nantian was really powerful. He could lift the top of the void divine furnace with just one hand. Murong Qingqing exclaimed. Shen Jingqiu was also shocked. It had to be said that the great emperor's divine ability was indeed powerful. Let me try. Lin Xian stood out. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he used his full strength. A pair of golden hands grabbed the top of the furnace. Open for me. With a furious roar, Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly. The entire void trembled and countless cracks appeared around him. The illusionary divine furnace also began to tremble and let out rumbling noises. Lin Xian was like a god of war, his power erupting once again. Finally, a crack appeared in the furnace. It was activated. The Crimson Dragon God was overjoyed. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also shocked. As expected of the 9-yang divine body. It was indeed terrifying to possess such divine power. Lin Xian's face was flushed red. Activating this sliver was already his limit. He couldn't open it completely. However, he also had a backup plan. Come out, great dragon sword soul. With a cold shout, a dragon-shaped sword shadow flew out and circled in the sky. Then, it pierced into the gap. Clang! An earth-shattering sound could be heard. Fortunately, there was a formation around them, so it did not spread out. Seeing the great dragon sword's soul enter the gap, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He loosened his grip. His arm was numb. He had to admit that the great void divine furnace was too terrifying. At the same time, he was even more shocked. It seemed that the chaotic ancient technique was truly incomparably terrifying. The inheritance of a great emperor was truly not to be underestimated. In the future, he would have to pay more attention to Yan Nantian. Now, he put away his thoughts and focused on dealing with the great void divine furnace in front of him. Boz! He grabbed the great dragon sword's soul with one hand. Then, he pressed it down. He wanted to use the great dragon sword's soul as a lever to pry open the cauldron of the great void divine furnace. If it was an ordinary top-tier heaven-grade weapon, it would probably break in an instant. Even a half-saint weapon might not be able to withstand it. However, the great dragon sword's soul was different. This was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It would not break at all. Lin Xian did not have to worry. He only needed to use all his strength. Rumble. Rumble. The top of the great void divine furnace finally emitted a creaking sound. The crack grew bigger and bigger, and finally, more than half of it was opened. Boz! As soon as the divine furnace opened, a red light rushed out from within, emitting a peerless aura. It turned into a pill and floated at the entrance. It was that pill. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Dragon God exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu also held their breaths. Previously, they had seen this pill. The power of this pill was too terrifying. Mysterious runes appeared on Shen Jingqiu's body. She sensed it carefully. That's right, this pill indeed contained the aura of the divine fire. Keep it. Lin Xian took out the 9-story pagoda. It was also a half-saint weapon that he controlled. He put away the red pill. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon God looked ahead eagerly. Kid, look. Are there any more treasures inside? They looked ahead. It was chaos inside. They could not see clearly at all. Kid, activate your heavenly secret divine eyes. The Crimson Dragon God urged. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked inside. In the next moment, he could not see clearly what kind of chaos he passed through. However, he saw that there were many flickering lights inside. He thought that there should be treasures inside. He said that there were indeed treasures, but he could not take them out. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and reached into the chaos, wanting to take out those treasures. However, as soon as he entered, the 9-yang palm cracked open. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. It seemed that the aura of the wonton was even more terrifying than the divine fire. Did he have to wait for the treasures to fly out? The Crimson Dragon God's eyes were red. He muttered something and formed a seal with his dragon claws. He shouted, "Come out, treasure!" However, there was no reaction from the void divine furnace. The Crimson Dragon God was so angry that he roared and slapped it with his claws. Damn it! Wuji Wuji, the snow-white monkey jumped. It was also so angry that it scratched its ears and cheeks. It took off the treasure bowl on its head. The snow-white monkey used all its strength. Its body emitted a white light. It used the treasure bowl to the extreme. Similarly, mysterious runes appeared one after another. Lin Xian also took out the fire spirit pearl from the mysterious sword and placed it on the treasure bowl. He did not know what use it would be. However, he had a feeling that the fire spirit pearl should have some kind of connection with the void divine furnace. Sure enough, under the effect of the two, a few more lights flew out from the void divine furnace. It came out. A treasure came out. A total of 4 lights came out and floated at the entrance. Seeing this, the snow-white monkey waved its claws and kept a blue fruit. Then, it was elated. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Other than the blue fruit, there were 3 other treasures. One of them was a blood-colored lingji. This was not an ordinary lingji. It was even more terrifying than a medicine king. This was because there were mysterious runes on it. They did not look like they were carved by humans. Heavens, could this be natural Tao runes? The crimson dragon god swallowed his saliva. He had never seen such a magical spirit herb. Big brother Lin Xian, can you give this blood lingji to me? Shen Jingqiu's beautiful eyes widened. There were also terrifying runes revolving around her body. She had formed some kind of connection with the blood lingji. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, these are all for you. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Shen Jingqiu formed a seal with her palm. The blood lingji flew to her side and she kept it. Roar! This won't do. I have to choose one too. The crimson dragon god stared at the remaining 2 treasures. At this moment, a roar came with a terrifying aura. Chapter 2985. What a terrifying bloodline suppression. What is this thing? The dark red divine dragon's eyes were red as it stared at the black pill. This thing looked inconspicuous, but it was actually so terrifying. Could it be the legendary Thousand Beasts pill? Heavens, I want this thing. The dark red divine dragon waved its claw and kept the black pill. Then, I want the last thing. Murong Qingqing smiled and waved her jade-like hand. Although there was only one left, she was not dissatisfied. In fact, she was very happy. The last thing was a 7-colored lotus. The 7 petals were like a rainbow, shining with a mysterious aura. Needless to say, this was also a treasure. Everyone was very satisfied with the treasures they obtained. Next, the little white monkey activated the treasure basin again. Lin Xian used the fire spirit pearl, but it was useless. None of the treasures came out. They knew that they might have used up all their opportunities. However, it did not matter. Each of them had obtained a treasure. Moreover, they knew that the value of any treasure in their hands was far greater than the Heaven Fire. It could be said that they were the biggest winners in this trip to Heaven Fire City. Lin Xian kept the great dragon sword soul, and the divine furnace slowly healed. Finally, the void sky divine furnace merged into one again. It emitted a mysterious aura and floated there. Are we leaving? Murong Qingqing asked. The dark red divine dragon looked at it and said reluctantly. This is a peerless treasure. Are we going to leave it here? I really want to take it away. Kid, do you have any other ideas? Lin Xian also looked reluctant. To be honest, although he could not take it out now, he wanted to take it away. In the future, when he became stronger, he would definitely be able to get the treasures inside. So, he wanted to get it. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let me try." Others might not have a way, but he had a way. He had a mysterious small sword in his body. Previously, the mysterious small sword had absorbed the fire spirit pearl. This time, it should be able to take the void sky divine furnace. However, he could not take the initiative to move the mysterious small sword. So, he was ready to take the risk. He reached out and grabbed the void sky divine furnace. The void sky divine cauldron released a divine flame that enveloped Lin Xian. The 9 yang divine body resisted the divine flame, but the divine flame was too terrifying. Cracks instantly appeared on his 9 yang divine body. He roared, "Damn it, keep it." Just as his body was about to shatter, the mysterious little sword in his body finally trembled. A beam of sword light shot out and enveloped the void sky deity. In the next moment, the void divine furnace disappeared from the valley. Disappeared, the void divine furnace seemed to have disappeared. Murong Ching and the others widened their eyes, and the dark red dragon screamed. "Kid, did you succeed?" Lin Xian closed his eyes, and his soul entered the mysterious little sword. Sure enough, he discovered that the Nihility divine furnace had appeared in that mysterious space. This made him sigh in relief. He opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He had succeeded. "Hurry up and leave, don't get blocked by those people. If they find out that it was us who did it in secret, these people will probably go crazy." The dark red dragon and the others prepared to leave. Lin Xian nodded and also wanted to leave. However, just as they turned around, a mysterious flame suddenly appeared in the place where the void divine furnace was originally floating. When it jumped, the entire valley space instantly shattered. A terrifying spatial power enveloped Lin Xian and the others. In the next moment, they disappeared from the valley. On the other side, the battle in the garden was tragic. Huamujian's body was covered in blood, and his body was covered in cracks. He had been defeated twice, and this was the result of using all his trump cards and burning his bloodline power. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave were also on the verge of death, and each of them was injured. Many of them had been killed. "Damn it, stop. I'm not fighting anymore. I'll hand over the heavenly fire." Huamujian was going crazy. However, if he did not hand over the heavenly fire, he would really lose his life. Not only him, but all the prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave would be killed. He could not bear the consequences. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others stopped. Huamujian reluctantly took out the bronze pagoda. He divided the heavenly fire into 6 portions and gave them to the Fire Dragon King and the other 5 prodigies. Only then did the other party stop. However, Feng Yunxue looked at him with a cold expression. In the end, she did not make a move. This made Huamujian heave a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he trembled with anger. Who was it? Who was it that tricked him? He decided to go back and take a look. The others also felt that something was amiss. After all, it was unreal that the heavenly fire array was activated so easily. Therefore, these people also followed Huamujian and returned to the cave. When they entered the cave, they found that it was quiet inside. They first came to the flaming lake and saw that everything was normal. Feng Yinxue sneered. "Alright, we've already obtained the heavenly fire. It doesn't matter if you're lying and plotting something." The others also looked over. Huamujian shook his head. "Someone must have tricked me. Let's go to the valley and take a look. There might be something wrong with the void divine furnace." They flew toward the valley. Among them, although the Fire Dragon King and the others were suspicious, they did not think that the other party had the ability to seize the void divine furnace. One should know that even the successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian, could not do anything. Moreover, he only survived after risking a chaotic ancient imperial talisman. It was impossible for others to take it away. Unless it was a saint, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Only then would he be able to quietly take away the void wave divine furnace. With a suspicious attitude, they flew toward the valley. However, when they arrived at the valley, they were completely dumbfounded. With a clang, the bronze pagoda above Huamujian's head fell to the ground. However, he did not care at all. He stared ahead. Where was the void divine furnace? Feng Yinxue also screamed. The pupils of the Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wuxuang, and Hua Xinyan also shrank. Yan Nanshan's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. The stars in his eyes were like the eyes of the martial path, sweeping in all directions. Could it be that it was hidden? However, under such a terrifying eye technique, nothing could be hidden. He realized that the Void Divine Furnace had really disappeared. Not only did the Void Divine Furnace disappear, but the 8 Barren Divine Fire Array also disappeared. As soon as Huamuzhen entered the valley, he roared crazily. Who was it? Damn it, who was the one who did it? The others were also sweating profusely. The Heavenly Fire Array was broken. The 8 Barren Divine Fire Array was also broken by someone. Which expert was it that did this? It could not be the younger generation. No one had such a terrifying ability. Even the top young array masters could not do it. The Fire Dragon King and the others shook their heads. They knew how terrifying the 8 Barren Divine Fire Array was. Even the 10,000 ancient races couldn't produce such a prodigy, let alone the human race or anyone else. Chapter 2986. Super Expert. There was a super expert hiding in the dark. Damn it, what method did he use to get in? Which faction's super expert was he from? These people went crazy. They felt that it was not just Huamuzhen, but all of them had been tricked by the other party. The other party first cracked the Heavenly Fire formation, making them fight for the Heavenly Fire, and the other party quietly took away the Void Divine Furnace after they left. Thinking of this, everyone felt like they had been played. Especially Huamuzhen, he even spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. Even he had been injured by it. Who exactly was it? Wait, where was that kid? Where was that human kid? Feng Yinxue suddenly screamed, the others also looked at each other. Yes, where was Lin Xian? If it was said that Lin Xian was an ant in the past, they wouldn't have taken him seriously. However, the battle between him and Zhan Wuxuang let them know that this kid was very strong, not weaker than them. However, during the Heavenly Fire battle, he did not appear at all, and now he disappeared. Could it be that he took the Void Divine Furnace? When these words came out, the others' eyelids twitched wildly. Impossible, no matter how strong that kid is, he's at most on par with us. If we can't take it, what right does he have to take it? Yes, even Brother Yan, the successor of a great emperor, couldn't do anything. How could this kid have such methods? Although he had the 9 Yang divine body and Great Dragon Sword soul, these two were both offensive and combat aspects. In terms of cracking formations, he had no advantage. In fact, he was even inferior to us. They did not believe that it was Lin Xian who took the Void Divine Furnace. Because that would be too sensational. Yan Nan frowned. If it was not taken by the other party, then why did he disappear? Could it be that it was the super saint behind this kid? They knew that Lin Xian was related to at least 3 super saints. The first was Xia Jiuyo, that was Immortal Palace's old palace master. The second was Lin Zhan, that was the other party's father. The third was Wine Lord, his relationship with the other party was not shallow. What if it was really Lin Xian who had colluded with one of the 3 super sages to take it away? It shouldn't be. The Fire Dragon King and the others shook their heads. Ever since the darkness upheaval, the ancestors of the 3 ancient royal families have been secretly watching the actions of the human race's super saints. If it's one of those super sages, our patriarch will definitely know about it. At that time, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Therefore, it couldn't be them. Who was it? Could it be that another hidden mysterious saint had taken action and seized the Void Divine Furnace? But this kid happened to see it, and then he killed this kid directly. It was possible. Everyone nodded. They felt that this was also a possibility. Huamujian's face was gloomy. No matter who had done it this time, he had really lost. He only managed to obtain 1/6 of the heavenly flame before the void divine furnace disappeared. How was he going to explain himself when he returned? That's right, the Qilin's eye, there was still the Qilin's eye. He had to get the Qilin's eye. Otherwise, the Qilin crown prince would not forgive him when he returned. In the next moment, he looked at the fire dragon king and the others. You guys don't need to follow me anymore. At this point, he waved his sleeve, and endless runes condensed in the air, forming a map. This is the way out. You guys follow this path. I have other things to do. With that, he quickly left with the people of the Fire Qilin cave. Damn it, this guy must have secrets that he's hiding from us. Could it be that there are other treasures in Heavenly Flame City? Feng Yinxue looked at the other party's back and gritted his teeth. Should we follow? The other's eyes flickered. These people discussed and decided to follow and take a look. They felt that Huamujian must be hiding something. They followed for a while, but found that he had completely disappeared. This made them sigh. Forget it, this guy knows more than us. It's easy to shake us off. Let's go back the way we came. Yan Nantian and the others shook their heads. Everyone decided to return. In the true spirit world, Heavenly Flame City floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The great sects of the human race and the 10,000 ancient races were waiting nervously. After all, they had sent in so many geniuses. It seemed that there should be 1 or 2 months before Heavenly Flame City disappeared. They wondered how far Huamujian and the others had gone. Did they get the Heavenly Flame? Did they get the Void Divine Furnace? Qilin Eye. The eyes of the powerhouses of the Fire Qilin cave flickered. They still didn't know that the Void Divine Furnace had been quietly taken away by someone else. Huamujian had only obtained 1/6 of the Heavenly Flame. As for the Qilin Eye, it was still unknown. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock the entire Fire Qilin cave. On this day, not far from Heavenly Flame City, the void split open, and a few figures fell from the void. As soon as these people appeared, their bodies shone brightly, and they instantly recovered. Where is this place? A beautiful woman in purple asked curiously with widened eyes. Beside her was a peerless beauty in white, a dark red divine dragon, a snow-white monkey, and a black-robed youth. It was Lin Xian and the others. After Lin Xian recovered his strength, he looked around. Heavenly Flame City, we're out. Sure enough, Murong Qingqing and the others also saw the incomparably huge Heavenly Flame City. They heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were worried. What about the disciples of their sacred lands? There should be a way out. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Peacock and the other immortal palace martial artists were also inside. However, he wasn't worried. With so many disciples of the sacred lands inside, there would be a way out. Lin Xian said. Let's leave this place quickly. After all, we came out early. If we were discovered by others, there would be a lot of questions and suspicions. At this point, Murong Qingqing took out a mysterious feather, covered their aura, and quickly left. Sure enough, not long after they left, a few immemorial kings looked over. What's going on? Why do I feel an energy fluctuation? Could it be that someone came out early? Impossible. It's not time yet, these people shouldn't have come out. Perhaps a demonic beast happened to pass by. The few of them patrolled the surroundings again, but they didn't find anyone suspicious. Only then did the immemorial kings withdraw their gazes. On the other side, in the void, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. These immemorial kings were so cautious. Forget it, let's leave quickly. They flew quickly in the dark. Finally, they arrived 5 million miles away. Lin Xian was still worried. He flew another 10 million miles before landing in the forest below. It should be fine. We're already far away from Heavenly Flame City. Those people won't be monitoring here. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, where are we going next? Chapter 2987. Qingqing and the others also looked over. Lin Xian said. The main group hasn't returned yet. It's not good for us to wander around outside to avoid being discovered. How about this? Let's go back to the Immortal Palace and enter seclusion. We've all obtained a lot of treasures. Why don't we take advantage of this time to consume them? Okay. Murong Qingqing and Shen Qingqiu nodded. They could also return to the Immortal Palace and cultivate while waiting for the people from their holy land to return. The dark red dragon took out the array platform and opened the space gate. The few of them quickly left. Inside the Immortal Palace, the array flickered. Lin Xian and the others appeared, attracting the attention of the head protector and the others. Palace Master, why are you back? They were extremely shocked. Because they were also paying attention to Sky Flame City, but no one came out. Lin Xian said. It's a long story. First, seal the news and don't let anyone know that we came out. Yes. The head protector quickly went to seal the news. Lin Xian brought Murong Qingqing and the others into the Star Palace. Everyone went into seclusion. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. First, he recovered his body to its peak state. He took out the 9-layered pagoda. There was a red pill floating in the air inside. Just by smelling the pill's fragrance, Lin Xian felt refreshed. The blood in his body boiled, as if his strength had increased. It was indeed an immortal pill. He was wild with joy. Gulp. He decisively swallowed it. A violent energy erupted. Lin Xian closed his eyes and slowly formed a seal. On the other side, the dark red dragon, the snow-white monkey, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Qingqiu also swallowed the treasures they obtained. Everyone went into seclusion. 1 month. 2 months. At the beginning of the 3rd month, Sky Flame City emitted a terrifying energy that forcefully teleported everyone out. Its terrifying figure slowly disappeared into the void. Sky Flame City disappeared. The terrifying pressure dissipated, making everyone heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone sighed. They didn't know when they would be able to explore Heavenly Flame City again. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave were extremely excited. They sent out a dozen Archean kings to bring Huomuzhen and the others back. The nest of 10,000 dragons in Divine Phoenix Ridge did the same, sending out a large number of experts. Leaf Dao Denier, Dustless, Alcade, the Grand Summer Photon, and the others all emerged. Their auras were much stronger than before. Clearly, these people had obtained their own fortuitous encounters in Heavenly Flame City. That was especially true of Leaf Dao Denier. Clenching his fists, he called out to the Yi clan experts. This time, he had indeed encountered a great opportunity. Brother Gu, Brother No Flower, Brother Xia, I'll be leaving first. Yi Wudao waved at Gu Santong and the others, then left with the Yi clan cultivators. Let's go. Gu Santong and the rest took a deep breath. They had all gained a lot, and now it was time to go back and digest it. The various elders of the Great Sage Lands came to provide support. People from Immortal Palace, Peacock, and the others also appeared. People from Purple Afterglow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land also appeared. However, they were extremely nervous. Because they didn't know how Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu were doing. Had they come out? Among them, Invincible King from Purple Afterglow Holy Land and Jade Lake Holy Land also frowned after asking. They didn't see Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu in the sky, which made them extremely worried. Whoosh! The Great Guardian flew over and quickly transmitted a message to the two of them, telling them not to worry. The Jade Lake Holy Daughter and Purple Afterglow Holy Daughter were in seclusion in Immortal Palace, and would probably come out after a while. They wanted to confirm whether Lin Xian was dead or alive. If Lin Xian was dead, then this matter had nothing to do with him. However, if he was still alive, he definitely knew the whereabouts of the Great Void Divine Furnace. Therefore, as long as Lin Xian was alive, they would capture him at all costs. The group of people arrived outside the Immortal Palace and shouted for Lin Xian to come out. After the Immortal Palace's guardian heard this, he frowned and reported. There was no need to reply to them. If they dared to attack, activate the formation and beat them out. Although the Great Guardian didn't know what had happened, he knew that Lin Xian and the others might have obtained some kind of treasure, which provoked the Fire Qilin Cave to hunt them down. After all, Lin Xian and the others came out 2 months in advance. Furthermore, Lin Xian didn't look frustrated at all. Instead, he looked excited. It was obvious that he had obtained a treasure. Therefore, the Great Guardian had to ensure the safety of Lin Xian and the others. After the Guardian received the order, he immediately returned. Chapter 2988. You're courting death. Attack. Tear apart their array formation. Huamuzhen went crazy. The prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave behind him quickly attacked. A sea of fire fell from the sky, sizzling as it pierced through the void. The terrifying power surged forward like an avalanche. Huamuzhen attacked even more fiercely. Boom! Millions of fire qilins roared and surged. The entire world seemed to be torn apart. Stubborn. Activate the array formation. The guardians of Immortal Palace also shouted coldly. They quickly controlled the array disk. Immediately, a peerless array formation erupted, and a terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. Streaks of murderous sword light soared into the sky, slashing in all directions with mountain-like pressure. Boom! 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 The people of Fire Qilin Cave were indeed terrifying. However, Immortal Palace's protective array was even more terrifying. In the end, the prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave were forced to retreat, and the sea of fire in the sky was torn apart. A few other prodigies were pierced by the peerless killing intent, and their blood dyed the sky red. Huamuzhen's arm was numb, and he was trembling with anger. Damn it, I don't believe that you won't come out. They gritted their teeth and waited outside Immortal Palace. This wait lasted for half a month. However, there was no trace of Lin Xian at all. 7th generation, should we continue waiting? The prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave had lost their patience. Huamuzhen's face was gloomy. He reckoned that they could not continue waiting. Moreover, if the other party wanted to use the teleportation array to leave, they would not be able to wait there. Huamuzhen thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "Follow me." The group of people soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. 7th generation, should we go back? But what about the Crown Prince? The prodigies of Fire Qilin Cave were worried. Huamuzhen laughed sinisterly. Let's not go back first. I'll think of a way to get that kid out. Get him out. Everyone was puzzled. They had forcefully attacked Immortal Palace, but they could not get that kid out. What else could they do? Soon, they understood. They even revealed sinister smiles. As expected of the seventh generation. His method was indeed mysterious. It turned out that Huomuzhen had gone directly to the human city and began to spread the news that Lin Xian had died in Heavenly Fire City. At first, everyone did not believe it. Who was Lin Xian? That was Central Emperor. He was the top genius of the younger generation of the human clan. How could anything happen to him? However, the more this news spread, the more it became. It was even described in vivid and colorful ways, causing everyone to be suspicious. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? It was said that he was mercilessly killed by the formation while trying to snatch a peerless treasure. That's not right. Why did I hear that he was instantly killed by a mysterious expert? In short, that kid was really dead. That's right, I remember that outside Sky Flame City, I didn't see that kid. Many geniuses from the sacred ground spoke. Everyone was in an uproar. Indeed, ever since they entered Heaven Flame City, they had never seen Lin Xian's figure again. This was really suspicious. After all, they had seen Yi Wudao and the other human geniuses. However, Lin Xian still hadn't appeared. Could it be that he had really fallen? This news quickly spread throughout the world. Everyone was shocked. After all, Lin Xian was not an ordinary person. He was the top genius of the human clan, the hope of the human clan. Now that he had fallen, it was definitely an earth-shattering event. When Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others heard this, they were speechless. They went to find Yi Wudao. However, Yi Wudao was in seclusion and could not see him for the time being. What's going on? Let's ask Immortal Palace first. The two of them went to Immortal Palace, but the protective formation was activated. They did not see Lin Xian either. This made them even more confused. Could it be that Huomuzhen was telling the truth? Many sacred grounds and sects asked Immortal Palace to investigate Lin Xian's situation. However, they were all blocked by the head enforcer. The matter outside was in an uproar. Those from Immortal Palace were also discussing it. Peacock and the others were also worried. The head enforcer's face was gloomy. What were these people from Fire Qilin Cave doing? It seemed that the thinking brush was forcing Lin Xian to appear. What were they planning? Could it be that the palace master had really obtained a peerless treasure? The head enforcer did not know. He did not plan to take the initiative to deal with this matter, because he really did not know what Fire Qilin Cave was planning. Everything would wait until Lin Xian came out of seclusion. Immortal Palace activated the peerless formation and did not see him. The head enforcer was silent. Could it be that Lin Xian had really fallen? News spread one after another. They wanted to go to Immortal Palace to confirm it, but Immortal Palace was silent. Didn't that mean that what Huomuzhen and the others said was true? This news seemed to have pierced through the sky and quickly spread to the entire world. In an instant, everyone was discussing this matter. Humph. After Huomuzhen received the news, he sneered. Kid, let's see what you're going to do this time. If the other party was still alive, he would definitely come out. If the other party did not come out, it meant that he had really been killed. He only needed to wait patiently. The people of Divine Emperor Ridge and Nest of 10,000 Dragons also received the news. The 10,000 ancient races were also discussing. That Lin Xian couldn't have really been killed, right? It was possible that Immortal Palace wouldn't even respond. Haha, that's really good. That kid is going against the 10,000 ancient races. He's dead for sure now. The 10,000 ancient races were excited, but the people of Divine Emperor Ridge and Nest of 10,000 Dragons frowned. Especially the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue, they had entered that mysterious cave. They naturally knew that Lin Xian had mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that Huomuzhen really thought that Lin Xian's disappearance was related to the disappearance of the Void Divine Furnace? No idea. Forget it. Since Huomuzhen had set up this trap, they would just wait patiently. If that kid really came out, there might really be a connection. Feng Yinchua sneered. They were all watching silently. At the same time, Yan Nantian and Zhan Wushuang were also secretly watching the world's movements. The outside world was in an uproar, but inside Immortal Palace and Stellar Hall, it was abnormally quiet. On this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Boom! 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 Along with his awakening, a huge vortex appeared above Stellar Hall. Countless thunderbolts descended. Lin Xian let out a long roar and rushed out. What was going on? Countless elders rushed over. The martial artists of Immortal Palace also looked up at the sky. The thunder in the sky was too terrifying. It was densely packed as if it was going to destroy Immortal Palace. Heavens, could it be that someone is attacking us? This is a heavenly tribulation. Someone is breaking through. Exclamations and discussions sounded one after another. Chief Protector, Li Xuanxian, and the others were the first to appear in the sky. Palace Master. They naturally saw Lin Xian's figure. Don't be nervous. I'm breaking through. Defend the other buildings and the martial artists of Immortal Palace. Lin Xian said and then disappeared into the void in an instant. The Palace Master is breaking through. Heavens, what realm is he breaking through to? Is there a heavenly tribulation at this time? Now, other than the snow-white little marquis whose realm was unknown, Lin Xian and the other three had all broken through to the Invincible King realm. For Invincible Kings, and all of them had experienced the heavenly tribulation. Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others were dumbfounded. The elders were even more dumbfounded. They could be considered experienced and knowledgeable peerless experts, but this was the first time they had seen so many monsters transcending the tribulation together. This was truly a golden age. There were many geniuses and monsters. This time, the path of the great emperor would be even more difficult. Li Xuanxian sighed. The Great Guardian came back to his senses and told Lin Xian about what had happened in the past few days. Lin Xian sneered after hearing it. This Huomuzhen really didn't know what was good for him. He actually dared to spread the rumor that he had died in Skyflame City. Let's go and meet him. Lin Xian waved his hand and left the Immortal Palace with the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, Shenjingqiu, and the snow-white little monkey. Before he broke through to the Invincible King realm, he was already able to compete with those people. Now that he had broken through, his strength had increased greatly. Those people were no longer his match. According to the information provided by the Great Guardian, Lin Xian and the others quickly flew into the distance. While Lin Xian and the others were looking for Huomuzhen, some heavenly tribulations also descended in other places. Yi family. The golden thunder descended as if it was going to destroy the world, causing the elders and disciples of the Yi family to tremble. The Yi family patriarch's eyes flickered. Was he finally going to transcend the tribulation? And it was the golden thunder. This thunder was too terrifying. It could easily kill an ordinary invincible king. Would Wu Dao be able to withstand it? According to some old ancestors and saints in the family, the path of the great emperor was about to open. If Wu Dao could break through to the Invincible King realm before it opened, it would definitely be a great thing. Half a day later, Yi Wudao came out. Her sacred blood surged, and her sacred body was like the sun, making it difficult for people to look at her directly. And the aura on her body shocked the elders. Invincible King Realm. Their sacred bodies had finally broken through to the Invincible King Realm. On the other side, the Alcade Saint, Wuchen, and some other powerful young geniuses were all transcending the tribulation, trying to break through to the Invincible King Realm. Those sacred leaders and sect masters knew that a golden age was about to descend. In the sky, a few streams of light streaked across, extremely powerful. They brought with them invisible waves of air that surged in all directions. Who was it? So powerful. When they passed by some cities, many people exclaimed. The older generation raised their heads and used their eye techniques to observe. They were scared out of their wits. That kid came out. Wasn't he dead? Chapter 2990. There was a magnificent hall in the city, and no one dared to enter it. That was where the prodigies of the Fire Chelan Grotto were. At that moment, the prodigies of the Fire Chelan Grotto rushed in. 7th generation, this is bad. He rushed in. Inside the hall, Huomuzhen opened his eyes and frowned. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Lin Xian, that Lin Xian came out. Many people saw him. What did you say? Huomuzhen suddenly stood up. The flames on his body surged into the sky, piercing through the void. You said that kid came out. Damn it, he's still alive. Huomuzhen burst out with a piercing cold light. Where is he? Bring me there. His figure flashed and he left the hall. The other prodigies of the Fire Chelan Grotto also followed. This kid is actually alive. Could it be that he's related to the Void Divine Furnace? He must have contacted a super sage and stolen the Void Divine Furnace. Kill him, no, capture him and bring him back to the Fire Chelan Grotto. We must make him hand over the Void Divine Furnace. We must tear this kid into pieces. The prodigies were driven mad. Huomuzhen was even more murderous as he took the lead. After coming out, his gaze swept across the surroundings. With a suction force from his palm, 7 or 8 human warriors were instantly sucked in front of him. What are you trying to do? The warriors of the human race trembled in fear. How powerful was Huomuzhen? The 7th generation. It was said that his ancient power was at 50,000. It was very easy for such a person to kill an invincible king, let alone them. Huomuzhen did not waste any time and directly collected their souls. Instantly, the bodies of these human warriors exploded. Their souls were distorted and dissipated in midair. Huomuzhen did not care about this. He retracted his palm and burned the corpses to ashes. The next moment, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Kid, you can't escape. Boom! He soared into the sky and tore through the void. Behind him, countless prodigies of the Fire Chelan Grotto followed. The other warriors in the city trembled. The other party's methods were too powerful. Even the invincible king's faces turned pale. Damn it, this demon is finally gone. Many young warriors lay on the ground, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. However, the invincible kings and the older generation powerhouses had solemn expressions. He was searching her soul. What was he searching for? Damn it, he was collecting information on Lin Xian. Could it be that he was going to attack Lin Xian? Let's go, let's follow them and take a look. These people soared into the air, and at the same time, they quickly sent messages to their friends, fellow disciples, and family clans. After all, the 7th generation Lord of the Fire Chelan Cave wanted to make a move against Lin Xian. This was a world-shaking event. The last time such an earth-shattering battle occurred was when Lin Xian fought against the 10th generation Bai Qianshan. At that time, Bai Qianshan was only a 10th generation Bai Qianshan. The heavens chosen from the human clan were so oppressive that they could hardly breathe. Now, the seventh generation of the Fire Chelan cave had appeared. This was a terrifying existence that was many times more terrifying than Bai Qian Shan. If such a person wanted to target Lin Xian, would Lin Xian still be able to survive? These people didn't know. They began to worry about Lin Xian. This Lin Xian shouldn't have appeared. They didn't expect that the rumors of his death had just been broken, and now he was facing the pursuit of a top heavens chosen from the Archean era. It would be difficult for him to resist. That was for sure. Lin Xian had killed Bai Qian Shan a few months ago. At that time, he had won with great difficulty. Bai Qian Shan had 38,000 Archean era power, while Lin Xian had 40,000 at most. However, Hua Muzhen had a conservative estimate of 50,000 Archean era power. There was a difference of 10,000 Archean era power between the two sides. This was a gap between heaven and earth. Hua Muzhen could probably easily kill Lin Xian. Damn it, was the Fire Chelan caves chosen so powerful? Were the 10,000 ancient races so terrifying? Could it be that the human clan really couldn't resist them? It was difficult. After all, they were the descendants of the great emperors. Moreover, they had been passed down since ancient times. Sighs and shakes of heads could be heard. They sped up and quickly followed. At this moment, the cultivators in the other cities also received the news. Many people soared into the sky, wanting to witness this battle. It was even more so for the 10,000 ancient races. Among them, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also received the news. It was the same for the Battle Tribe and the Heavenly Human Tribe. In an instant, these Archean eras chosen moved out one after another. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, Zhan Wushuang, and the others arrived in a domineering manner. They absolutely would not allow the Fire Chelan cave to go to Lin Xian alone. Lin Xian might very well have the secret of the Void Divine Furnace. They naturally wanted a share of the loot. This kid's strength is about the same as mine. However, if we are serious and use our trump cards, we can definitely kill this kid. Moreover, if we join forces this time, that kid won't be able to escape. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others discussed. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. I must take revenge. Last time, he lost to Lin Xian due to carelessness. This time, he would use his ultimate trump card to kill his opponent. The mountains were like dragons, majestic and spectacular. In the sky, Lin Xian and the others were flying rapidly. Suddenly, he frowned and waved his hand to stop. What's wrong, big brother Lin Xian? Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others were puzzled. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws. Damn it, no one is coming, right? That's right, they didn't expect to come so quickly. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that these people had been paying attention to him. Great, is it those people from the Fire Chelan cave? Great, I can't help but want to make a move. The dark red divine dragon grinned. He had already broken through to the invincible king realm, and his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Not to mention him, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were the same. Lin Xian was even more terrifying. This kid's primordial power was probably so terrifying that it was unbelievable. As expected, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also eager to give it a try. Then let's wait for them here. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Not long after, a powerful energy fluctuation came from the front, and a monstrous wave of fire surged over. There were even terrifying roars. Countless beasts prostrated on the ground below. A large area of the forest trembled, and large cracks appeared in the void and the ground. What a terrifying scene. If it were before, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu would definitely be moved and their expressions would change drastically. But now, they were also incomparably calm because their strength had greatly increased. Lin Xian looked at this scene calmly. He was expressionless. At the same time, he sensed that there were countless auras flying over not only in front of him, but also in all directions. They should be other people. Sure enough, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. They did not dare to approach at all and could only watch from afar. However, with their strength, they could see clearly even from tens of thousands of miles away. If a great battle broke out, they could even use the array formation and retreat 1,000,000 miles away to watch the battle. However, in their opinion, there was no need to use the array formation at all. Because Lin Xian and the others were no match for Huomuzhen at all. In fact, they couldn't even withstand a single move from Huomuzhen. Was that really Lin Xian? Heavens, this Lin Xian really dared to say that. That's right. How terrifying is Zhan Wushuang? He should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Fire Dragon King and the 7th generation Lord. But this Lin Xian actually said that he's a loser. Is he dreaming? The older generation experts also had looks of disbelief on their faces. Zhan Wushuang's face darkened. Brat, don't be arrogant. I was careless the last time, that's why you succeeded. This time, I will definitely not lose to you. As he spoke, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. A domineering aura erupted. When those words entered the ears of the others, it was like a clap of thunder. Zhan Wushuang was really defeated. Defeated by Lin Xian. How strong is this brat? As expected of the Central Emperor. He's really too strong. Has he already displayed such strength? If he becomes a sage, he'll definitely be heaven-defying. Don't say that. Don't forget how terrifying the Great Success Divine Body was back then. That was able to defeat the 10,000 Archean tribes. Everyone recalled the scene where Lin Xian entered the Great Success Divine Body and fought against the 10,000 Archean tribes alone. Just thinking about it made them excited. A bunch of trash. What Great Success Divine Body? It's so difficult to attain a Great Success Divine Body. How could this brat succeed? Even if he has the 9 Yang Divine Body, he's still trash if he can't grow. King Zhan Wushuang looked around, his gaze piercing through the void. The surrounding experts were so frightened that they trembled. Even the invincible kings felt their scalps tingle. They didn't dare to speak anymore. Seeing that Zhan Wushuang and Feng Yingxue were about to attack, Huomuzhen shouted coldly, "Stop. I, Fire Qilin Cave, will handle this." He stood out directly, his body emitting a cold aura. "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently accept your death, or be captured by me and tortured until you wish you were dead." Lin Xian was an important witness. He wouldn't let such a person fall into the hands of the divine Phoenix Ridge or the nest of 10,000 dragons. He had to make the first move. Lin Xian looked at the other party and grinned with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Damn you, what are you laughing at?" Huomuzhen's face immediately darkened. "How dare you laugh at me when I'm about to die?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "I'm thinking, is Qilin meat delicious? I haven't tried it yet." "You're courting death." Huomuzhen was instantly enraged. "You want to eat my meat? You're courting death. Brat, don't think that just because you can defeat Zhan Wushuang, you can show off in front of me. Let me tell you, my strength has surpassed Zhan Wushuang. It's very easy to kill you." Hearing this, Zhan Wushuang snorted coldly, extremely unhappy. The kings of the human race trembled. Indeed, Huamuzhen had such strength that he could look down on Lin Xian. Boz. Qilin finger. Huamuzhen put one hand behind his back and extended the other. On the tip of his finger, endless runes condensed to form a qilin. Accompanying his finger, it pointed forward. I can kill you with one finger. Qilin finger, the Qilin cave's great ability, was extremely terrifying. With the point of his finger, the heavens and earth would collapse, and the sun and moon would lose their light. The martial artists who were watching the battle trembled, and many of them knelt down. It was too terrifying. It could easily kill an invincible king. He wondered if Lin Xian would be able to withstand it. He probably couldn't block it, and could only survive by dodging. Was the previous attack careless, or was it a coincidence? Or was Lin Xian too powerful? They should be able to find out soon. Do you think you can trap me? Lin Xian was imprisoned in the void, but he was not afraid at all. He was not worried at all. Kid, don't be so arrogant. The power of my bronze pagoda is not something you can imagine. I'll show you what it's like next. Huamuzhen sneered and formed a seal with his palms, channeling those mysterious runes. Turn into ashes. Those runes erupted with unparalleled power, and endless Qilin shadows flickered. A terrifying flame burst out and enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to burn him to ashes. This was a flame carved by a saint. It was absolutely terrifying. Is that so? Then I really want to see it. Lin Xian sneered. Light bloomed from his body, and endless divine flames danced. Along with the great dragon sword soul, it turned into sword qi and rushed into the sky. At this moment, he was like a sun, blooming with thousands of rays of light. Boom! Boom! All of the runic flames were torn apart, and the cage was torn apart. It was completely shattered. How was this possible? The people from the Fire Qilin cave were stunned, and Huamuzhen was even more dumbstruck. The surrounding people were all terrified. What kind of sword technique was this? It was too powerful. Feng Yinxue, the Fire Dragon King, and Zhan Wushuang were all stunned. Lin Xian was very powerful, and he punched the fragments. Lin Xian walked out forcefully. Your attack is really not that good. Next, I'll show you my sword technique. Accompanying his voice, the sword qi on his body was like a rainbow, rushing into the sky and illuminating a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Everyone trembled under the sword light. The invincible kings were even more horrified, and many of the archaic creatures knelt on the ground. Damn it, this aura! Feng Yinxue and the Fire Dragon King's expressions finally changed. Huamuzhen screamed. An invincible king. You actually broke through and became an invincible king. They were all stunned. Zhan Wushuang's pupils constricted. How was this possible? The other party had broken through. When he fought with the other party previously, although the other party was powerful, he was only an 8-star king. It had only been a few months, but the other party had broken through and become an invincible king. This was too unbelievable. When the others heard this, they screamed in surprise. An invincible king. Heavens, this kid broke through and became an invincible king. His real age was very young. An invincible king who was dozens of years old. Was this kid going to defy the heavens? These people were crazy. This was definitely a monster. Damn it, impossible. You must have obtained the Void Divine Furnace. I'm going to kill you. Huamuzhen screamed crazily. The bloodline power in his body surged, burning fiercely with the flames on his body. The green pagoda above his head received the power of the bloodline power, and its power instantly increased, sweeping in all directions. So what if you're an invincible king? I've been an invincible king for a long time. With my blood running through your veins, you can go to hell. Huomuzhen roared crazily. The other party's strength and talent were indeed beyond his imagination. Therefore, he planned to destroy the other party's physical body and take away the other party's soul. He would not give the other party a chance to grow. Just as Huomuzhen made his move, Feng Yingxue also yelled and attacked Murong Qingqing unexpectedly. She knew that she had to attack. Otherwise, when Lin Xian was free, she would not be able to attack Murong Qingqing. Chapter 2993. Murong Qingqing shouted. Instead of dodging, she charged forward. She was now an invincible king, and her strength had increased greatly. The power of the five-colored phoenix bloodline in her body had become more powerful than before. Therefore, she was not afraid even when facing a powerful ninth-generation genius like Feng Yingxue. Hee, I'll play with you. The dark red divine dragon stared at the fire dragon king and revealed a sinister smile. He had long wanted to attack. The fire dragon king snorted. You're not my match. I'll capture you and take your soul to see where you're from. Another two battles erupted, sweeping across millions of miles, scaring everyone into retreating frantically. Many experts watched from a distance using arrays. Huomuzhen revealed a sinister smile. Your woman has been captured by the divine Phoenix Ridge. Aren't you worried at all? He was too happy. Feng Yingxue was now Murong Qingqing's opponent, and he could definitely affect this kid in front of him. As long as this kid was distracted, he would have a chance to kill him. However, he was disappointed. Lin Xian did not care at all. My woman is not so easy to capture. Now, you'd better think about your own safety. Because you've completely angered me. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a biting cold light. The great dragon sword soul roared, and a terrifying aura erupted again. How dare you look down on me? Huomuzhen roared. After using the power of his bloodline, his strength was extremely powerful. He activated the bronze pagoda and flew out, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the fire Qilin sword and activated the great dragon sword soul, multiplying its power. With one slash, the bronze pagoda was sent flying. Buzz! He clenched his left fist and turned it into a golden crow. The void exploded, and Huomuzhen was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and countless cracks appeared on his body. Impossible! He screamed crazily. How could his opponent be so powerful? He had completely suppressed him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. The people of the Fire Qilin Cave screamed. Their seventh-generation master was injured. His body was shattered by his opponent. Heavens, this was a fact that they dared not accept even in their dreams. Their lord of the seventh generation was so powerful that he was invincible among the human race. But now, he was actually injured by an ant in their eyes. This was unacceptable to them. Damn it, how could this brat be so strong? Zhan Wushuang's body started to tremble and his face was filled with shock. Previously, when he came, he still wanted to take revenge. But now, he hesitated. Because he realized that the other party had become very strong, unbelievably strong. He knew how powerful Huomuzhen was. Even he didn't have the confidence to win against him. But now, he had easily injured Huomuzhen. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if he were to be beaten by such strength. However, this shouldn't be the case. The last time he had fought with him was a few months ago. Although the other party had defeated him, he could tell that the other party had used his full strength. How could the other party's strength increase so quickly? What had she experienced in the past few months? Damn it. He didn't believe that someone could undergo such a tremendous change in strength in such a short period of time. Unless he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. But he had been with the other party in Sky Flame City. In that mysterious cave, he had only obtained 1/6 of the Sky Flame. And the other party didn't seem to have obtained anything. Wait, no, the other party had mysteriously disappeared. The Void Divine Furnace had also mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that the other party had really obtained the Void Divine Furnace? Thinking of this, Zhang Wushuang's scalp went numb and his eyes turned red. Yan Nantian had once forcefully opened the Void Divine Furnace, although they didn't see how many treasures were inside. However, when a red elixir floated up, it caused everyone to scream in surprise. One could imagine how many treasures there were in the Void Divine Furnace. If the other party had obtained it, perhaps his strength would really undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. It seemed that he had to make a move. With a whoosh, he turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly charged toward Lin Xian. In an instant, he was behind Lin Xian. With a sinister smile, Zhang Wushuang pulled out a battle sword and directly slashed at Lin Xian's head. The sword light flashed and emitted a terrifying aura. Oh no, it was a sneak attack. The surrounding people screamed in horror. Even the 10,000 Archean race was stunned. Then, they laughed sinisterly. It seemed that this kid had offended a lot of people. Who would have thought that he would cause Zhang Wushuang to launch a sneak attack? Hee, so what? This kid is dead meat. Damn it, so despicable. The #1 genius of the war tribe actually launched a sneak attack. Lin Xian's supporters roared crazily. Zhang Wushuang's face turned gloomy. The other party was too powerful. He had to kill the other party at all costs and obtain the secret of the Void Divine Furnace. Humph. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He naturally felt the peerless killing intent coming from behind him. When he felt that Zhang Wushuang had secretly attacked him, his face turned gloomy and he snorted coldly. The 9 suns divine fire on his body flickered and exploded in all directions. It turned into streaks of sword light that were like heavenly swords that drowned the entire space. Clang! The peerless sword light blocked Zhang Wushuang's battle sword and let out an earth-shattering sound. Zhang Wushuang was extremely shocked. The other party did not move. Just the sword qi that was emitted from his body had such terrifying power. Even his arm was numb. This made the killing intent in his heart even more intense. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. But you can go to hell. Zhang Wushuang sneered. On the battle sword, mysterious and terrifying runes burst out and swept across heaven and earth. Lin Xian turned around and shouted coldly, "You think you can kill me with your trash abilities? Trash who launched a sneak attack, go to hell." He shouted coldly and pulled out the fire Qilin sword. The dragon sword soul in his body roared crazily. With a slash of the sword, Zhang Wushuang was sent flying with a bang. The arm that was holding the battle sword was smashed into pieces and exploded into a bloody mist. Ah! Zhang Wushuang screamed crazily. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes shot out terrifying rays of light. Shocking. He could not believe that the other party had seriously injured him with a single attack. What kind of power was that? Huamuzhen, attack together and take him down. Zhang Wushuang's arm reassembled and he held the battle sword again. He roared crazily. On the other side, the cracks on Huomuzhen's body were quickly healing as his bloodline power exploded. Although 2 against 1 was despicable in his eyes, he had no other choice now. His opponent's strength was far beyond his. If they did not team up, he would be killed. This kid must have the secret of the Great Void Divine Furnace. Perhaps he had eaten the elixir from the Great Void Divine Furnace. That was why his strength had such a shocking change. We must capture him and find out the whereabouts of the Great Void Divine Furnace. Zhang Wushuang said coldly. Chapter 2994. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yunxue roared. They would not let the 2 of them succeed. However, the 2 of them could not leave at all. The dark red divine dragon entangled the Fire Dragon King. On the other side, Feng Yunxue was even more shocked. She realized that she could not take down Murong Qingqing in a short period of time. This really surprised her. Murong Qingqing, the saintess of the Jade Lake sacred ground, was also a genius of the human race. However, in her eyes, she was like an ant. Although the other party had the 5-colored phoenix bloodline, she did not know how to use it at all. She only knew how to use brute force and did not have any cultivation techniques at all. Such a bloodline was a waste in the other party's hands. The other party had at most 30,000 Archean power, but she had 50,000. If she wanted to kill the other party, she could do it in one move. However, after hundreds of moves, she could not do anything to the other party. Damn it, how did the other party's strength change so much? She did not dare to imagine. In front, Lin Xian looked at Huomuzhen and Zhang Wushuang, still not afraid. He said coldly, "Are the 2 of you really going to join forces to kill me? I'll give you a chance. Get lost, or don't blame me for being merciless." "You want us to get lost? Ha ha ha, kid, who do you think you are? I admit that you've become very strong. In a one-on-one fight, we might not be your match. But if we join forces, you won't be able to fight against us at all." Huomuzhen's face was hideous, and Zhang Wushuang's face was cold. "Hand over the Void Divine Furnace obediently, or I'll tear you into pieces. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and the aura on his body erupted, transforming into divine swords that shook the heavens and earth. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura made everyone's expression change. Countless Archean creatures prostrated on the ground. "You're courting death." Huomuzhen shouted coldly and pulled out a flag. The Qilin flag moved in the air, and the wind and clouds changed. "Kill!" Zhang Wushuang held his battle sword, and his killing intent surged. The 2 of them joined forces, and their power was terrifying to the extreme. He waved the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, which transformed into a flaming sword radiance that descended from the sky. It was as if 100,000 flaming mountains were crashing down. With a loud bang, the Qilin phantoms that filled the sky were blown away. At the same time, he waved his fist and used the 9 Suns' divine fist to attack behind him, causing the battle sword to tremble non-stop. The 3 of them exchanged more than 50 moves in an instant. The heavens and earth within a radius of 1,000,000 li crumbled as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone left. Damn it, this brat is actually so terrifying. Huomuzhen's face darkened. He realized that even with the 2 of them working together, they were still unable to take down the other party. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the Qilin flag. Wang! The banner was surrounded by a boundless blood-red light, burning and releasing an even more terrifying baleful aura. The Kirin flag transformed into a blood Kirin in the air. It roared ferociously and charged forward. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This was a powerful killing move. It was extremely terrifying, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Behind him, Zhan Wushuang let out a long cry. His bloodline power was also activated. Dazzling runes burst out from the sword in his hand. They turned into streaks of divine light that slashed forward. He slashed out 81 times in a row. The 81 streaks of sword qi formed a sea of sword qi that engulfed Lin Xian. The two killing moves erupted at the same time. For a moment, Lin Xian was in a dangerous situation. Oh no, that brat is finished. He won't be destroyed, right? In the distance, thousands of miles away, the cultivators who were watching through the formation screamed in horror. The people from the 10,000 Archean races sneered. Who does he think he is? Can he really defy the heavens? Today will be the day of his death. With a loud bang, the energy in front of them exploded. The area within a radius of 1,000,000 li was almost turned into nothingness. The terrifying cracks danced like wild dragons. Ha ha ha, brat, let's see how you'll die. Hua Muzhin and Zhan Wushuang looked ferocious. What? In the next moment, their expressions changed because a palm reached out from the endless void and directly tore the void apart. Lin Xian's body bloomed with divine light as he walked out. Is this your attack? It's only a so-so. His 9 sons' body emitted billions of rays of light. The fire Qilin sword in his hand turned into a peerless dragon that swept in all directions. Damn it, how strong is his physique? Could it be that his 9 sons' divine body has become stronger again? These people were about to go crazy. Big brother Lin Xian, let me help you. In the distance, Shen Jingqiu could no longer watch. These two were too despicable. 2 against 1, too despicable. Moreover, he had just broken through, so he naturally wanted to test his skills. Therefore, she quickly flew over. Holy Maiden Zi Xia. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they exclaimed. Although the other party was a human prodigy, he was still slightly inferior to these top primordial prodigies. It was more than just a little inferior. It was estimated to be 20,000 units of primordial power. A single glance from the other party would be enough to kill him. Everyone began to worry for Shen Jingqiu. Sure enough, Zhan Wushuang turned his head and stared at Shen Jingqiu with a sneer. You reckless fool, go to hell for me. The battle sword swept out, transforming into a divine light that slashed out. He was already very unhappy because the two of them couldn't defeat Lin Xian even after joining forces. Now that the woman by Lin Xian's side had taken the initiative to court death, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Purple Qi from the east. Shen Jingqiu didn't dodge at all. Instead, she shouted and countless purple Qi spread out from her body, transforming into 2 large purple palms that carried a mysterious aura and slammed forward. With a boom, the sword light was sent flying. At the same time, she used her extreme speed to arrive in front of Zhan Wushuang. Big baddie, I'll beat you up. With a bang, she sent Zhan Wushuang flying. Bang! Half of Zhan Wushuang's face was deformed, and his eyes turned into panda eyes that kept bleeding. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, he tore through the void and finally came to a stop. Ah! Damn it, he screamed crazily. How could a little girl be so powerful? He didn't dare to imagine. The humans and primordial creatures outside were all stunned. Heavens, what's going on? How could this holy daughter Zi Xia be so powerful? She can actually injure Zhan Wushuang with one punch. How did she do it? It's not just that. Didn't you see that Murong Qingqing can also contend with Feng Yunxue? Screams of surprise sounded one after another. Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Xian had become, the woman and the dragon beside Lin Xian had become very terrifying. What have these people experienced? The Void Divine Furnace, they must have obtained the Void Divine Furnace. Damn it, they ate the immortal pills in the Void Divine Furnace. Feng Yunxue screamed crazily. The Fire Dragon King's face was also gloomy. Hua Muzhen and Zhan Wushuang's faces were even uglier. They had to obtain the Void Divine Furnace. Big brother Lin Xian, I'll help you beat this big baddie. Shen Jingqiu stared at Zhan Wushuang. Good. Lin Xian smiled and stared at Zhan Wushuang. Hua Muzhen, don't you like to win with numbers? What? Hua Muzhen escaped. Hua Muzhen actually escaped. Heavens, how was that possible? The human warriors were all stunned. Hua Muzhen was so powerful that they couldn't breathe under the pressure of 50,000 Archean powers. They could only tremble in front of him. But now, such a strong person had actually escaped. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave all fainted. They fell to the ground, their bodies trembling. Their 7th-generation lord had escaped. Did they still dare to stay here? In the next moment, they fled one after another. Lin Xian ignored those ordinary prodigies of the Fire Qilin cave. Instead, he locked onto Hua Muzhen. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. You want to escape? Can you escape? The other party was powerful and wanted to kill him. Now that he realized that he couldn't beat him, he wanted to escape. What a joke. He did not chase after him. Instead, his eyes emitted a cold light. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. With a boom, an endless flame vortex condensed in the sky, turning into a flaming golden palm that slapped down from the sky. The palm slapped Wang Zhen's body and sent him flying. With a bang, the endless void shattered. Hua Muzhen was once again beaten until he vomited blood. He landed heavily on the ground, smashing hundreds of thousands of miles of land. What a terrifying divine ability! The spectators in the distance exclaimed. Zhan Wushuang, the Fire Dragon King, and Feng Yunxue's eyelids twitched. Ancient Chaos Hand. They remembered that move. It was Yan Nanshan's divine ability. Could it be that Yan Nantian secretly killed Hua Muzhen? Ah! Hua Muzhen jumped up crazily. Damn Yan Nantian, how dare you trick me? However, after roaring for a long time, Yan Nantian did not appear at all. No, it's not Yan Nantian. It's you. You evolved it with the great dragon sword soul. Hua Muzhen was trembling with anger. Do you think you can still escape from me? Lin Xian sneered. Hua Muzhen roared. Damn brat, how dare you stop me? Don't think that you can kill me just because you can beat me. Let me tell you, you're too naive if you want to kill me. I don't want to fight with you now. If you push me too far, I'll let you know the consequences of dying together with me. Hua Muzhen was trembling with anger. Lin Xian sneered. Dying together with me? You think too highly of yourself. In front of me, you don't have the right to die together with me. He took a step forward, and the shadow of a dragon appeared under his feet. It carried him and rushed forward quickly. At the same time, the Fire Qilin sword in his hand swung wildly. In the sky, the golden palm appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Stop, stop. Hua Muzhen was in a mess. His body was shattered again. He was really scared. He screamed crazily. Damn it, stop. I don't want the Void Divine Furnace anymore. You don't want the Void Divine Furnace anymore. Do you think you're qualified to take it? Lin Xian sneered. After fighting for a while, Huomuzhen screamed crazily. Stop, I was wrong. Chapter 2996. Do you think you can fight me by burning your bloodline power? I only need one finger to kill you. With one hand behind his back, Lin Xian extended a finger with his other hand and pointed forward. It was a familiar scene. When Huomuzhen first arrived, he was so arrogant that he wanted to kill Lin Xian with one finger. Now, Lin Xian was using the same method to kill him. It was the best counterattack. You're courting death. Who do you think you are? You want to kill me with one finger? Huomuzhen roared and rushed over. Lin Xian snorted and the dragon sword soul flew out. It turned into an azure dragon on his fingertip and let out a loud dragon roar. Green Dragon Finger. It was a divine ability that he had developed by imitating the Qilin finger. With a single point of his finger, it was earth-shattering. This was equivalent to sending out the great dragon sword soul. No, damn it. When Huomuzhen got closer, he realized how terrifying the finger was. His expression changed instantly and he stopped attacking. Instead, he fled like a madman. At this moment, he burned his bloodline power with all his might. However, he fainted again with a bang. The snow-white monkey slapped him and he was stunned in the void. Buzz! The green dragon finger pierced through his head. With a boom, Huomuzhen exploded like a watermelon. His soul screamed and tried to escape, but it was also destroyed by the finger. Boom! The headless Qilin corpse fell to the ground with an earth-shattering sound and dust. Everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. He's dead. The terrifying sky pride of the Fire Qilin Cave, the seventh master, was killed. They could not believe it. The sky prides of the Fire Qilin Cave who were running away screamed crazily when they saw this scene. Seventh master. Many people rushed towards Lin Xian, but they were swept away by Lin Xian's sword. The others were scared out of their wits and knelt in the air. Zhan Wushuang, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others were also stunned. They quickly retreated with ugly expressions. Huomuzhen's death was unbelievable to them. One had to know that their strength was about the same, but if they really had to differentiate, Huomuzhen was obviously stronger than them. After all, the other party had the seventh-generation Qilin bloodline, which was extremely terrifying. What about now? His opponent was actually dead. He was killed by the brat in front of him. They would never have imagined such a scene even in their dreams. After Lin Xian killed Huomuzhen, he stared at Zhan Wushuang. Immediately, Zhan Wushuang's body trembled. Without another word, he tore open the void and fled. Pang! Lin Xian was already prepared. The golden hand in the sky descended, shattering the void and blasting Zhan Wushuang out. Blood flowed from the corner of Zhan Wushuang's mouth. His face was extremely ugly. He did not say anything because he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. Even someone as strong as Huomuzhen had been killed. If he were to stay any longer, he would probably be killed as well. Therefore, he took out a scroll and wrapped it around his body. Brat, I'll kill you next time. Space-time teleportation scroll. Someone exclaimed. It was equivalent to a portable space teleportation array. The cost of making this kind of scroll was very high. Only the top clans could produce it. Trying to escape. Looking at Zhan Wushuang's body that was getting fainter, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. With a slash of the sword, it directly destroyed the power of space. With a bang, Zhan Wushuang fell out of the void. Half of his body was badly mutilated. Damn it, you can actually destroy the power of space. He screamed like a madman. In the distance, those people were also terrified. The great dragon sword soul was too terrifying. It could destroy everything. It could even destroy the illusory space teleportation. You tried to kill me time and time again because you wanted to use my name to climb up the ranks. Today, I'll end you. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and his sword light shot forward. No! Zhang Wuxuang screamed crazily, but he was firmly locked in place. At the critical moment, a hazy shadow rushed out from between his eyebrows. It was a middle-aged man. Although it was just an illusion, the aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. He reached out a palm and grabbed the shocking sword. It was a soul mark. A peerless expert from the war tribe was protecting Zhang Wuxuang. Someone screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. Zhang Wuxuang revealed a sinister smile. Hee, kid, let's see how you kill me this time. Before he could finish, a purple sword pierced through his heart and froze his body in midair. How dare you bully big brother Lin Xian? I'll kill you, you big baddie. Damn it, you. Zhang Wuxuang's body trembled, and his face became extremely pale. He did not expect Shen Jingqiu to suddenly attack. He turned around with a sinister expression. I want you dead. He rushed forward like a madman. Shen Jingqiu shouted. Infinite purple lightning. She formed a seal with both hands and pressed it forward. With a boom, Zhang Wuxuang's head exploded. Elder, save me. Zhang Wuxuang's soul escaped from his body and flew forward. The illusory middle-aged man turned his head and stared at Shen Jingqiu with a cold light in his eyes. Shen Jingqiu summoned a purple cloud to defend herself. Clang! She was forced back, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. How dare you destroy the war tribe's unparalleled body? You deserve death. The illusory middle-aged man's eyes were extremely sharp. Lin Xian shouted coldly. It was just a soul mark. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you today. He activated the great dragon sword soul and charged forward aggressively. You want to kill me with just you? The middle-aged man was disdainful. But in the next moment, he screamed. Because he realized that his soul mark was burning. Damn it, what kind of sword aura was this? He screamed in horror. Old Zhang had the great dragon sword soul, and it could annihilate everything. Great dragon sword soul. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. He waved his hand and wrapped Zhang Wuxuang's corpse, then carried it into the sky. He wanted to leave this place. Do you still think you can leave? In the sky, a golden hand slapped down, but it was blocked by the middle-aged man. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared. They were like the eyes of a god, cold and indifferent. In his eyes, countless runes formed two mysterious patterns that transformed into sharp golden blades that slashed downwards. You want to hit me with a Mirai technique? The middle-aged man sneered. But in the next moment, he was pierced by a rune blade. Zhang Wuxuang's soul was also pierced. Their souls quickly dissipated and turned into nothingness. Dead? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 2997. Feng Yinxue and the Fire Dragon King turned around and fled without a word. They directly activated spatial teleportation and fled into the distance. Lin Xian didn't make a move. He coldly watched this scene. Everyone prostrated themselves. Those ancient creatures also quickly retreated. Too powerful. Such a sure-kill situation was actually resolved by the other party. Moreover, he even killed Huamuzhen and Zhang Wushuang, two top geniuses. This was going to pierce through the sky. Didn't you see the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue scared away? Brother Xian, Murong Qingqing, and the dark red divine dragon flew back. Shen Jingqiu also came to his side. Are you guys okay? Lin Xian was concerned. The three of them shook their heads. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, wanting everyone to leave. However, at this moment, a sinister laugh sounded. You want to leave? Do you think you can leave? Endless laws appeared, piercing through the void and enveloping Lin Xian and the others. Not good, the sage is here. The spectators in the distance wanted to retreat, but at this moment, they screamed. Was the sage going to attack Lin Xian? Damn it, you dare to ignore the immemorial Treaty of Alliance. Do you want to die? The dark red divine dragon roared crazily. The immemorial Treaty of Alliance was still on the ground, and the sage couldn't make a move. Now, someone dared to openly challenge the treaty. Sorry, I'm not a sage, but a half-step sage. It's not a violation of the rules, right? A figure descended from the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His face was incomparably familiar. It was the soul imprint that Lin Xian had destroyed previously. Damn it, the other party's main body actually came. He didn't expect the other party to be a half-step sage. Kid, not good. A half-step sage has already comprehended a trace of the power of laws, far surpassing an invincible king. The dark red divine dragon's face turned ugly. Lin Xian's expression was cold. This war race was really courting death. They actually sent a half-step sage to kill him. His eyes erupted with a biting cold light. The half-step sage in the sky sneered. Useless kid, even if you have the great dragon sword soul and 9-yang divine body, you still can't resist. What I'm using is the power of laws. Laws danced around him. Although they were fragments of laws, they still surpassed the level of a king. The half-saint of the war race revealed a sinister smile. I will kill you with my own hands and then extract your great dragon sword soul. Now, go to hell. He stretched out a hand, which was completely formed from law fragments. It's over, Lin Xian is really going to die. Those people in the distance screamed in fear. They didn't expect the war clan's half-saint to arrive so quickly. Could it be that this was premeditated? In this moment of crisis, when Lin Xian and the others wanted to fight back, a sigh came from the sky. The palm of law instantly turned to dust, and the half-saint's body split apart, turning into a bloody mist that no longer existed. A half-saint expert had died. Who did it? A saint. Everyone went crazy. Today's events were becoming more and more terrifying. Were they trying to pierce through the heavens? Even a saint had appeared. The dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's brows twitched. He felt the power of laws wrap around them. In the next moment, they left the vast mountain. Lin Xian had been taken away by a saint. It was definitely a saint from Immortal Palace. Those in the distance cried out in alarm. At the same time, this matter quickly swept through the entire true spirit world. Everyone knew about this battle. They were shocked by Lin Xian's strength. 50,000 Archean geniuses were killed. The war race's peerless genius, Zhang Wushuang, was also killed. Not only that, the war race also lost a half-saint. In an instant, this battle turned into a storm that shocked the human race's geniuses and Archean experts. Gu Santong, Wu Hua, and the others were shocked when they heard this. After not seeing Brother Lin for a few months, had he become so powerful? Yi Wudao's eyes flickered when he heard this news. It seemed like he had also entered the realm of King. The 10,000 ancient races were silent. The 10,000 Dragon Empire and Divine Emperor Ridge's people had gloomy expressions. The Fire Qilin Cave was furious. Damn it, that useless Huomuzhen was truly trash. He had lost face for the Fire Qilin Cave. The Qilin Crown Prince roared, silencing everyone. The war race was even more furious. Their number one genius had been killed. Not only that, they had lost a half-saint. This was intolerable. However, what frightened them the most was that they didn't know what kind of saint had done it. Was it Xia Zhuyo? When they thought of that old man, they were terrified. In the end, the war race's old ancestor sent a message, telling the war race's saints, including the half-saints, not to act rashly. Otherwise, there would be a disaster. The reactions of all sides were different, but countless warriors were discussing this battle. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others left the vast mountain. When they reappeared, they found that they had returned to Immortal Palace. It seemed like it was indeed Immortal Palace's saint who had done it. I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. It's really surprising. In the main hall, an old figure turned around. Seeing this person, Murong Qingshan relaxed. Shen Jingqiu was shocked and nervous. Lin Xian's expression changed. He was overjoyed. Greetings, Elder Xiao. The person in front of him was Xia Zhuyo. Was it the other party's true body or a clone? Xia Zhuyo said with a chuckle. I came to inform you of something. Outstanding Warrior Manor is about to open. If you want to walk the path of Great Emperor, you have to join Outstanding Warrior Manor first. Was the path of Great Emperor about to open? Hearing this, Lin Xian's body trembled. Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu were also stunned. The dark red divine dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Was it finally about to begin? His voice was trembling. The path of Great Emperor was an extremely cruel path. Once one walked it, there was a high chance of dying inside. How many shocking geniuses had confidently walked the path of Great Emperor, but in the end, they turned into a pile of bones. And this time, it was likely to be even more dangerous. With the revival of the 10,000 ancient races, so many geniuses had appeared. One could imagine how difficult the path of Great Emperor in this era would be. Lin Xian clenched his fists. His eyes were shining with excitement. How am I going to participate? The path of Great Emperor was an ancient starry sky path. A path that had existed since a long time ago. This path is too mysterious and profound. It's not only in our true spirit world. Chapter 2998. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu didn't know either. The two of them pricked up their ears and listened carefully. This time, even the dark red divine dragon was quiet. Xia Zhuyo said, I know you have a lot of questions. Ask me now. I'll try my best to tell you what I can. Even if you don't know what I can't tell you now, you can figure it out yourself in the future. Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't wait to ask. What kind of place is the extraordinary warrior mansion? How long was the path to becoming a great emperor? What are the hardships and mysteries? Also, if he doesn't only exist in the true spirit world, where does he exist? Lin Xian was really confused. Especially not only in the true spirit world. One should know how vast the true spirit world was. Eastern Barren, Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plains, Central Region. There were many mysterious areas and forbidden areas that humans couldn't set foot in. Is such a world not enough to include the Great Emperor path? It seems like you have a lot of doubts. Alright, I'll tell you about these questions. Xia Jiuyo said with a smile. The Extraordinary Warrior Mansion was a very mysterious place. It wasn't a sacred ground, but it wasn't weaker than a sacred ground. It was even stronger and more mysterious. It could be said that it was the entrance to the Great Emperor path in the true spirit world. Or, you can see it as a screening qualification. Only by successfully entering the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion would you be qualified to walk on the Great Emperor path. One should know that the Great Emperor path wasn't something that anyone could enter casually. Without a certain qualification, you wouldn't be able to enter even if you broke your head. You'll know this when you enter the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. The number of geniuses participating in the Great Emperor path is far more than you can imagine. Although the 10,000 ancient races and remote antiquity families had their own ways to enter the Great Emperor path, they would still send some people to join the Extraordinary Warrior Mansion. After all, the more people who entered the Great Emperor path, the greater their hope. As long as one person could walk to the end and become a great emperor, then they would have made the right bet. The glory would last for tens of thousands of years. As for your second question, I'll explain it to you. The true spirit world, you see this world, but it's just one. And in the myriad worlds, the universe, and the stars, there are many more like the true spirit world, so many that you can't even imagine. Of course, the true spirit world was very special, and there weren't many places in the entire universe that could compare to it. But in other worlds, living beings and races were as numerous as the stars in the sky. For example, some of the 10,000 ancient races came from other star worlds and were not natives of true spirit world. In the universe, there were many worlds. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He did not know, because even if he was an invincible king, he would not be able to escape from this world. Only saints could break free from the shackles of the world and enter the outer space. Xia Jiuyo waved his hand, and the void cracked open. Countless stars floated within the crack. Do you see those stars in the sky? Many of them are worlds just like ours. There were living beings and martial artists on it. Our true spirit world has a very special name. A very special name. What is it? Lin Xian was at a loss. Origin planet. Genesis planet. Lin Xian murmured. The dark red dragon's eyes flickered, and no one knew what it was thinking. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were also at a loss. There are countless living beings in the universe, and many of them came from our true spirit world. However, they left too early. Perhaps in the primordial era, or even before the primordial era. They went to other stars and did not come back. Instead, they multiplied there and built their own worlds. Our true spirit world, which is the origin planet, has too many secrets. So many that even I only know a part of it. There are still many mysteries and unknowns waiting for people to explore. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. He did not expect the true spirit world to have such a mysterious position in the entire universe. At the same time, what shocked him even more was that there were so many stars in the universe. Didn't that mean there were thousands of worlds? Just the true spirit world alone had so many monstrous geniuses. How many monstrous geniuses were there in the universe? And these people were about to embark on the path to becoming a great emperor. Heavens! Lin Xian did not dare to imagine. He felt his blood boiling. At the same time, he also knew how difficult it was to become a great emperor. Not only did they have to compete with the geniuses of the true spirit world, but they also had to contend with the geniuses of the universe. How difficult was that? As for those who had become great emperors, how terrifying were they? They were probably invincible in the universe. Since you know about the myriad heavens, the myriad worlds, the universe, and the stars, then I can tell you. The path to becoming a great emperor is an ancient road that shuttles between the universe and the universe. You start from our true spirit world and then experience one star after another. Every time was a trial, a competition. Only by reaching the end would one be able to ascend to the peak. So that's how it is. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu suddenly understood. They had never heard of such an ancient secret. Lin Xian also clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Now, he finally understood what the path to becoming a great emperor was. Seeing Lin Xian's excited look, Xia Jiuyo spoke again. Although you are not a descendant of the monarch race and do not have a heaven-defying bloodline, you have the great dragon sword soul and the 9 yang divine body. If you master these 2 things, you will definitely not be weaker than the descendants of the monarch race. You can even compete with those princes and princesses. But in the end, whether or not you can become a great emperor depends on your luck. I understand. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. Indeed, it was too difficult to become a great emperor. The 9 yang sword saint was very powerful, but he was not a great emperor. In the end, he was even killed by a demon. And the possessor of the great dragon sword soul was already the 5th or 6th generation. However, in history, it seemed that only the 1st generation of the great dragon sword soul had become a great emperor. And the other generations did not become one. One could imagine how difficult it was to become a great emperor. Even those princes and princesses found it very difficult to become a great emperor. At this moment, Xia Jiuyo said. Apart from our true spirit world, you may encounter many powerful enemies, so you must be careful. Don't worry, old Xia, I know what I'm doing. Lin Xian nodded. Xia Jiuyo added, in addition, there is one thing I want to remind you of. Because once you step on the ancient path, we don't know when we will meet again. So, I will give you a reminder. What is it? Lin Xian asked. Chapter 2999. Could it be that there's something special in the starry sky ancient path? Even a super sage like Elder Xia had to be careful. In the universe, in addition to our origin star, there's another place that you have to be especially careful of. You can't be careless. What place? Could it be that there's another life forbidden zone in the universe? It's not a life forbidden zone, but another star called the Big Dipper. It exists in the vast universe. Of course, it has another name that resounds throughout the starry sky ancient path. It's called the Buried Emperor Star. Buried Emperor Star. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Crimson Shenong shivered. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's eyelashes trembled. Why does this name sound so terrifying? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Buried Emperor Star. Could it be that all the great emperors are buried there? Not all of them, but most of the extremely famous great emperors from all over the universe were hiding there. It can be said that the Big Dipper is an extremely terrifying existence. There are probably many descendants of great emperors on it. Of course, there are also many great emperors' tombs and endless mysteries. There are even many inheritances of great emperors. It can be said that it's an adventure paradise and a hiding place for geniuses. When you reach there, you have to be careful. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Origin star, buried emperor star, one is the starting point. The other is the end. It's really 2 very special worlds. Xia Jiuyo explained again and Lin Xian noted it down one by one. Because he knew that these were all precious experiences. After leaving, it would be difficult for others to tell him. After listening, Lin Xian asked, Elder Xia, what do I have to do to enter the extraordinary scholar residence? I estimate that in at most 1 or 2 months, the extraordinary scholar residents will reappear in the world. At that time, all the geniuses and talents who want to ascend the path of great emperors will participate in the extraordinary scholar residences test. However, I don't think you need to. You're so famous and you're a top genius of the human race. I think the extraordinary scholar residents will invite you directly. You just need to wait here patiently. Understood. Lin Xian nodded. Xia Zhuyo's body became fainter and fainter. There's one more thing I have to remind you of. You don't necessarily have to enter the extraordinary warrior manor and ascend the ancient starry sky path. This is because our true spirit world has become a special place after the path to the Emperor realm opens. At that time, those geniuses and monstrous geniuses who have stepped into the Emperor realm might descend upon our true spirit world. Therefore, a portion of the geniuses chose to stay here and wait. This was also a form of training. As for what you choose, it's up to you. After saying that, Xia Zhuyo's body became fainter and fainter. In the end, he disappeared into the void. There was actually such a thing. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked. What Xia Zhuyo had told him today was too shocking. It was far beyond his understanding. He came from a small island in the endless sea. At that time, he had felt that the heavenly martial island was the entire world. However, when he had come to the eastern wasteland, he had realized that the martial heaven world was just an island. Later on, he learned about the eastern wasteland, the western desert, and the entire true spirit world. It was too vast, far surpassing the heavenly martial continent. Here, in the true spirit world, there were countless sacred grounds, great sects, ancient families, and even the 10,000 ancient races. This made Lin Xian realize that there were countless geniuses and experts here. But now, Xia Zhuyo had told him that it was just a star. There were countless stars and worlds in the universe. An old man with a sage-like demeanor stood there, emitting a mysterious aura. Opposite him were countless clansmen of the Yi family. Among them, the strongest was the head of the Yi family, and beside him was Yi Wudao. At this moment, Yi Wudao's face was filled with shock because he had just learned about the myriad worlds. The young disciples behind him were even more excited. They didn't know what they had to do to enter the ancient path of stars. This was what they were most concerned about. Chapter 3000. At the front, the sage-like old man nodded his head slightly. That's enough. Choose a few top disciples and enter. Let's see who's fated to obtain it. Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. The young disciples and geniuses of the Yi family began to discuss among themselves. What was that place? Seeing the family head and patriarch's serious expressions, could it be? They quickly discussed and guessed. The sage-like old man at the front coughed softly. Immediately, the entire hall fell silent. There was no need to guess. The opening of the path to the great emperor, coupled with the golden age, would be much more difficult than before. Our Yi family is an emperor family, a clan of the ancients, and even has an emperor weapon. It could be said that our Yi family is the most powerful family in the world. Even the immemorial royal family wouldn't dare to make a move against us. However, this was only for now. In the future, once a true great emperor appears, both the clan of the ancients and the 10,000 immemorial races will have to submit to him. Therefore, our Yi family must have another great emperor. At this point, the sage-like patriarch exuded a terrifying aura. Countless runes intertwined on his body. His eyes became sharp, like the starry sky of the universe. From now on, I'm going to open the Yi family's ancestral land. It contains the great emperor's inheritance left behind by Emperor Yi. Who can obtain it will depend on your luck and fortune. What? Opening the ancestral land. The great emperor's inheritance. The Yi family's geniuses took a deep breath, their eyes burning with passion. Even Yi Wudao clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. The great emperor's inheritance was finally going to be opened. He must get it. Not only the Yi family, but the Gu family as well. At this moment, the Gu family was also in a state of excitement. Gu Santong's eyes flickered. He looked at the figure in front of him, his expression extremely solemn. In front of him was a slender figure. The figure's body was surrounded by holy light. It was extremely hazy, making it impossible to see clearly. Apart from Gu Santong, the other geniuses of the Gu family looked at the figure with a trace of respect. This was because this was the Gu family's divine body. Its status in the Gu family was no less than Yi Wudao's in the Yi family. It could be said that this was the Gu family's future hope. This time, this figure had also come out of seclusion. Moreover, he would also participate in the competition for the inheritance of the Void Emperor. With him around, it would be difficult for others to obtain it. The Grand Xia dynasty, Nineli dynasty, Myriad Buddha temple, and other extreme holy grounds were all preparing to open the great emperor's inheritance. They let their disciples rely on their opportunities. The Jade Lake sacred ground was also an extreme Dao sacred ground and also had the inheritance left behind by the Queen Mother of the West. At this moment, Murong Qingqing and the 9 figures behind her were standing in the main hall. In front of them were the Queen Mother of the West and the 2 Saint Patriarchs. The 10 of you have been chosen to enter the ancient desolate tower. Whether or not you can obtain the inheritance will depend on you. Murong Qingqing took a deep breath. Half a day ago, she had already spread the news to Lin Xian and told him about her situation. Next, she would enter the ancient desolation tower. She did not know what was waiting for her inside the desolate tower. Yaoguang Holy Land. Although they possessed extreme weapons, they had never produced a great emperor. Their sacred ground was extremely peculiar and strange. At that moment, the Alcade Saint Lord looked at the Alcade Saint Son before him and asked in a deep voice. "Disciple, do you want to enter the house of prodigy?" Replying to Master, "I do not wish to enter yet." Since the ancient starry sky path has opened, my quintessential world is also one of the stops. Then, I will wait in the Alcade Saint Lord and meet the experts of the myriad worlds. Dao Yi Sacred Ground, Dao Yi Saint. All beginnings sacred ground, all beginnings saintess, Lanroa Temple, No Flower, and other saints and saintesses were preparing to enter the ancient starry sky path. While the humans were busy, the 10,000 ancient races were the same. Some ancient theocrats and powerful races were also making their own preparations. The nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chilan Cave sent a portion of their geniuses to enter the House of Prodigy. As for the others, they had their own methods to enter the ancient starry sky path. Among them, the Dragon Crown Prince, Phoenix Princess, and Chilan Crown Prince were the princes and princesses respectively. Their identities were too special. The 3 of them were even more powerful and terrifying than Yi Wudao and the Gu clan's divine physique. This was because they were the descendants of great emperors and had the inheritances of great emperors in their hands. Their bloodlines were even more terrifying. It could be said that their physical bodies had already reached the saint realm. It probably wouldn't be long before they directly comprehended the laws of heaven and earth and became true saints. They were definitely the favored children of heaven and earth. In the true spirit world, there was no one whose talent and bloodline were stronger than theirs. At this moment, the Dragon Crown Prince, Chilan Crown Prince, and Phoenix Princess didn't move. Instead, they were still cultivating. They decided to wait until they became true saints before making a move. At that time, they would sweep through the world. The entire true spirit world became busy and restless because of the opening of the House of Prodigy and the ancient starry sky path. Lin Xian was still patiently waiting. Finally, on the 21st day, someone came to the Immortal Palace. It was a child wearing a Daoist robe. His face was delicate and pretty, and he looked to be 8 or 9 years old. He rode on an immortal crane and descended from the sky. Soon, he arrived outside the Immortal Palace. "Who is it?" the Immortal Palace's guardian asked in a deep voice. The child sat on the immortal crane and said indifferently, "Envoy from the House of Prodigy." "Someone from the House of Prodigy." The guardian was extremely shocked. He respectfully said, "Please wait, I will inform the palace master and elders." As he said that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed inside. Soon, Li Xuanxian, the head guardian, and the elders of the Immortal Palace personally came to welcome him. The array formation opened and they respectfully invited the celestial child in. The child nodded slightly and rode the immortal crane into the Immortal Palace. On the other side, Lin Xian also received the news. At this moment, he brought Peacock and the other young disciples to the Star Palace and waited. "He's here!" Peacock and the others exclaimed behind him. Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. In front, an immortal crane descended with a vast aura. Sitting on it was a young child. "You're Lin Xian." The young child looked down and stared at Lin Xian. "That's right, it's me." The young child waved his small hand, and an invitation floated down from the sky and landed in Lin Xian's hands. Lin Xian received it and narrowed his eyes. The style of the invitation was very simple and strange, and it was neither gold nor stone. He didn't know what material it was made of. When he held it, he could feel a strange energy flowing within it. At the same time, he heard the voice of the child above him. "Since you have accepted the invitation, it means that you are willing to join the House of Prodigy. 7 days later, inject your power into the invitation and it will bring you to the House of Prodigy." After saying that, the young child rode the immortal crane and turned around to leave. House of Prodigy. Lin Xian held the invitation and his eyes flickered. Chapter 3001. Lin Xian was not the only one who received an invitation. In addition to Lin Xian, Yan Nantian also received an invitation. The House of Prodigy also sent invitations to Dustless and Yi Wudao. However, the two of them were existences of the extreme Dao Holy Lands, so the two of them did not accept the invitations. It seemed that only Lin Xian and the other 5 human-titled prodigies could make the House of Prodigy take the initiative to send invitations. Apart from them, the others had to be tested before they could enter. Those young geniuses who did not receive an invitation went on their way. Because, according to the released news, the House of Prodigy was in the middle ground. Moreover, it was rumored that there were some requirements. It seemed that only geniuses with 40,000 Archean power and above could enter. Moreover, 40,000 Archean power was the bottom line. When this news came out, countless people stopped thinking about it. After all, some saints did not reach 40,000 Archean power. In fact, they could not even reach 30,000. 40,000 Archean power was already a very terrifying existence. Only such a person could enter the House of Prodigy. After Lin Xian received the invitation, he began to prepare. He had already received Murong Qingqing's voice transmission and learned that Murong Qingqing had entered the desolate tower. Therefore, she would not go to the House of Prodigy with him. The other one was Shen Jingqiu. He transmitted his voice over. Shen Jingqiu was preparing to join the House of Prodigy. Lin Xian told her to come directly. When the time came, he would bring her with him. The other one was the dark red dragon. Ruffian dragon, do you plan to go with me? Of course, I want to see what's so special about the ancient starry sky path. The dark red dragon bared its teeth and said. Don't worry, with my battle strength and bloodline, entering the knight's mansion is not a problem. Lin Xian nodded and waited patiently. The next day, Shen Jingqiu teleported over. After a few more days, which was 7 days later, Lin Xian injected his power into the invitation. Suddenly, the invitation blossomed with light, forming a spatial force that wrapped around Lin Xian. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian grabbed the Crimson Dragon God and Shen Jingqiu. The three of them were teleported away. Not long after, they emerged from the void. As soon as he landed, Lin Xian's power surged and he instantly recovered. Shen Jingqiu and the dark red divine dragon also recovered. The three of them looked around curiously. This was a boundless mountain range. It was very vast, and below it was surrounded by clouds. This place is incredible. This spirit vein is very magical. Where is this place? Central State. There was actually such a place. The dark red dragon looked around in shock. At the same time, he cried out in alarm. How terrifying! There was actually a terrifying formation. Brat, looks like this should be the territory of the Prodigy Manor. That's not right. I've been to the Central State before, but I've never heard of such a place. Shen Jingqiu was puzzled. Golden light bloomed in Lin Xian's eyes. He stared at those runes and said. I'm afraid that this place was previously enveloped by a peerless formation. So, we didn't see it. Now that the peerless formation is activated, the Prodigy Manor and this strange mountain range are naturally discovered by us. The Prodigy Manor is really generous. I wonder how many formations they used to isolate. There are buildings and human figures below. It should be there. Let's go. Lin Xian looked at the vast mountain range. There was a palace-like existence. He called out and flew into the distance with Shen Jingqiu and the dark red divine dragon. In front of them, buildings appeared. They were located in the mountain range, like stars. At the front of the mountain gate, there were 3 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Prodigy Manor. These 3 big words were very mysterious. Shen Jingqiu took a look and almost fainted. The dark red divine dragon trembled. Lin Xian's scalp also went numb. Who wrote it? It's too terrifying. Those who were weaker probably couldn't even look at it. It was the work of a saint. It contained the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The dark red divine dragon curled its lips. Lin Xian and the other 2 landed in front of the mountain gate and looked into the distance. There were mountains and rivers around them. The scenery was spectacular. When Lin Xian came previously, he had already seen it with his heavenly secret divine eyes. These mountains and rivers were actually formations. Using the natural landscape as a protective formation. This kind of work could be said to be heaven-defying and unheard of. The dark red divine dragon next to him was also amazed. Shen Jingqiu was looking into the distance curiously. Inside the mountain gate, there were many figures swaying. In front of them, there were buildings. They were magnificent like ancient ruins. There was an ancient aura. It was not simple. Lin Xian was shocked. In front of these buildings, they actually felt small. The magnificence of the Prodigy Manor surpassed those sacred grounds. Indeed, even their immortal palace was not so magnificent. It was worthy of being the entrance to the great Emperor's Road. It was indeed amazing. Who are you? Tell me your names. Do you have an invitation? At this moment, a few children walked over from afar and asked quickly. These children were also 8 or 9 years old. They had delicate faces, wore Taoist robes, and had flying swords on their backs. They looked very similar to the child who came to deliver the invitation on a crane. This was the invitation. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the invitation. The Taoist child in front took a look and then smiled. It's you. It seems that you're finally here. Welcome to the Prodigy Manor. I'll bring you in now. The child waved his hand and led the way. Lin Xian and the other two followed behind silently. As soon as they entered the mountain gate, countless white clouds appeared under the child's feet and turned into a cloud. It carried them into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Xian and the other two looked down. On the mountain path below, many people were already climbing there. There were ancient creatures and some geniuses of the human race. There were no invitations below. If they wanted to enter the Prodigy Manor, they had to pass 3 tests. You have an invitation, so the treatment is naturally different. You can enter directly. Hearing this, the dark red dragon muttered, but I don't have an invitation, neither do the little girl and I. Will they beat us down later? Shen Jingqiu was also a little worried. Tong Ziji turned around and revealed a smile. No need, I know you guys. You're Lin Xian, known as the Central Emperor. You're Shen Jingqiu, an innate spirit body. You're a dragon. The bloodline of dragons is very strong. Although the two of you don't have an invitation, with your bloodline, you can definitely enter the Prodigy Manor. I'll bring you to meet the elders. Not long after, the clouds under their feet landed and Lin Xian and the others arrived in front of a huge hall. A few figures walked out of the Great Desolation Hall. They were all elders. Most of them were white-haired elders, but there were also some middle-aged men and women. They were surrounded by Taoist children. Elder, we've brought them here. The Taoist children bowed and said. Those people's gazes fell on Lin Xian. Lin Xian took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Lin Xian greets seniors. Shen Jingqiu also bowed respectfully. The dark red dragon turned its eyes and looked around curiously. Lin Xian, not bad, not bad. The elders in front stared at Lin Xian non-stop. The successor of the great dragon sword spirit and the successor of the 9 yang divine body. Now that they had seen him, he was indeed extraordinary. They could feel the powerful sword aura within Lin Xian's body as well as his terrifying physique. He's definitely a good seedling. Chapter 3002. Yes, the power of a greater mastery 9 yang divine body was terrifying. A greater mastery great dragon successor was even more terrifying. As long as this kid could cultivate one, he would be able to laugh at the world. The elders in front of him were discussing with smiles on their faces. In the distance, another white cloud descended. On the mountain path in the distance, there were also figures walking over. There were about 10 of them. The person on the white cloud was no stranger to Lin Xian. It was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian also saw Lin Xian. Buzz! Their gazes clashed in the air, creating countless sparks. The void couldn't withstand it and kept shattering. A wave of power swept in all directions. Everyone here was an expert. The elders weren't afraid at all. Even the children didn't have any reaction. There was even a child who waved his hand and the grade 1 flying sword on his back flew out and cut the crack in the void. This scene shocked the people who had just arrived. These children were too terrifying. Yes, looking at them, they didn't seem weaker than them. Damn it, don't talk nonsense. These people were geniuses who had passed the test with great difficulty. There were geniuses of the human race and also geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races. However, at this moment, they had a strange look in their eyes because these children were too terrifying. Even Lin Xian was taken aback. The kid's power of the Archean age had almost reached 40,000. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon also gasped. As expected of the House of Prodigy, it was indeed a place full of monsters. In the end, an elder with a sage-like demeanor chuckled and waved his hand. The large crack in the void disappeared. Their gazes moved away from Lin Xian and looked at Yan Nantian. Their eyes lit up again. Yan Nantian. Known as the South Emperor, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor and was very powerful. Although he didn't have any heaven-defying bloodline, the words inheritance of the ancient Chaos Emperor were enough to explain everything. His voice was a little immature. Now, let me introduce you to the House of Prodigy. Gasp. Everyone's expressions were solemn. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. The little Taoist boy said in a deep voice. There were 4 great peaks in the outstanding scholar manner. They were respectively Misty, Linglong, Divine Stratagem and Plenilun. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as the few figures behind him discussed amongst themselves. At the side, the dark red divine dragon muttered, "Don't tell me you're asking us to choose." "Brother Lin Xian, which one should we choose?" Shen Jingqiu asked. Lin Xian didn't know either. Just by hearing these names, no one knew what was different about this place. However, at this moment, He Tu, who was inside the black earth, spoke. He transmitted his voice. In the House of Extraordinary Warriors, the full moon peak was the most prosperous. The elders in front of him should be from the 4 peaks. It seems that he wants to choose you this time. Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he asked with a voice transmission, "He Tu, how do you know so much?" He Tu said. "Don't forget, my previous master was the 3rd generation successor of the dragon sword. At that time, with his strength, he naturally joined the extraordinary warrior manner." "At that time, which peak did he join?" Lin Xian asked. He Tu said. "Of course, it was the full moon peak." "Full moon peak." Lin Xian muttered. At this moment, an elder in front chuckled and said, "I guess you guys don't know much about it. Let me say it. Among the 4 peaks, our Misty Peak is the most powerful. In order, it is Linglong Peak, Divine Stratagem Peak and Full Moon Peak." When he said this, a middle-aged man snorted in displeasure. It seemed that he was from the Full Moon Peak. The surrounding people discussed. Even the rankings were out. Was there a need to think? Of course, they would choose Misty Peak. Lin Xian was confused. He transmitted his voice and asked, "He Tu, didn't you say that Full Moon Peak was the most powerful? Why is Misty Wind the most powerful one now?" He Tu, who was floating in the air, was shocked. "That's not right. Full Moon Peak was the most powerful one back then. Could it be that something had changed over the years? So much so that the incomparably powerful Full Moon Peak had actually fallen to last place. It seemed that something had happened in between. The 3rd generation successor of the dragon sword was tens of thousands of years ago. It was understandable that there was a change in the rankings. Lin Xian also guessed a thing or two. Then, he asked, "Which peak should I choose?" In his opinion, Misty Peak was the strongest. Naturally, he would choose Misty Peak. However, He Tu said, "Of course you should choose Full Moon Peak. Are you sure you want me to enter the last ranked mountain?" Lin Xian was surprised. After all, tens of thousands of years had passed. The current full moon peak might have already declined. Brat, you don't understand. Back then, I came here with the previous master. The extraordinary warrior manner gave you guys a choice for a reason. Each of the 4 peaks has a steel that is used to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. After all, you guys have a high chance of entering the sage realm. With the help of the steels, you guys can improve quickly. Misty Sky Steel, Exquisite Sky Steel, 8 Desolation Steel, and Full Moon Wordless Steel. These 4 steels are very mysterious and contain the power of the laws of heaven and earth. However, among them, the strangest and most mysterious one is the Full Moon Wordless Steel. Although its power is terrifying, it is very difficult to comprehend. I remember that back then, only the previous master was able to comprehend it. Of course, he didn't completely comprehend it. He only comprehended a little. But this is already very impressive. If Master had completely comprehended it back then, he probably wouldn't have been killed. At this point, Hei-Tu's mood was a little low. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you saying that the full moon wordless steel is very difficult to comprehend?" Perhaps, this is the reason why Full Moon Peak declined. He guessed roughly. The Full Moon Wordless Steel was too difficult. Even the 3rd generation successor of the Dragon Sword had only comprehended a little. Of course, if the 3rd generation successor was given time, he might really be able to comprehend it. But unfortunately, the 3rd generation successor of the Dragon Sword had already fallen many tens of thousands of years ago. There must be a reason why the 3rd generation successor of the Dragon Sword chose the Full Moon Wordless Steel. I am the successor of the Dragon Sword of this generation. It seems that there is a need to understand how mysterious this Full Moon Wordless Steel is. At this moment, the silver-robed elder in front smiled and said, "Lin Xian, right? I am an elder of the Misty Peak. My Misty Peak is the strongest peak in the Knight's Mansion. We have the Misty Sky Steel that allows you to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. So, do you want to come to my Misty Peak?" Elder Zhang was all smiles, as if victory was already in his grasp. At the same time, the elder also looked at Yan Nantian. "Successor of the great emperor, come to my place and I can also help you grow the fastest." Hearing that the silver-robed elder had recruited 2 top geniuses, the other elders behind him were displeased. A lady in a green robe walked out. "Don't listen to his nonsense. My exquisite peak is also very powerful. We have the exquisite sky steel that also contains the laws of heaven and earth." Chapter 3003. Seeing this scene, the 10 figures behind were envious. Although they had also passed the test of the House of Prodigy, they did not receive such treatment. Yan Nanshan's eyes flickered. It seemed like he was making a decision. On the other hand, Lin Xian was surprised. The elders of ethereal, exquisite, and divine tactics were all here. Why didn't anyone from Full Moon Peak say anything? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. "If I remember correctly, there should be another Full Moon Peak." "That's right. I'm an elder of Full Moon Peak." A middle-aged man dressed in white walked out. He looked calm and had no intention of fighting for it. He said in a deep voice, "Full Moon Peak has the Full Moon Wordless Steel. But let me remind you that although the Full Moon Wordless Steel is mysterious, it is extremely difficult to comprehend. So if you want to join Full Moon Peak, think carefully." The white-robed elder was a straightforward person. He did not exaggerate the facts. Instead, he pointed out the strengths and weaknesses of the Full Moon Wordless Steel. The strength was that it was mysterious and powerful. Once one comprehended it successfully, they would be above everyone else. The weakness was that it was extremely difficult to comprehend. The silver-robed elder of Ethereal Peak said, Lin Xian, Yen Nantian, think carefully. No one has been able to comprehend the full moon wordless stele for tens of thousands of years. Full Moon Peak is ranked last now. Ethereal Peak is the strongest. If you join us, I guarantee that you will have strong protection and support on your path to becoming a great emperor. Alright, I'll join Ethereal Peak. Yen Nantian nodded without much hesitation. Since Ethereal Peak was the strongest, what reason did he have to reject? Very well. The silver-robed elder smiled. Yen Nantian, the successor of a great emperor, had joined Ethereal Peak. Ethereal Peak's strength would be even more powerful. At the thought of this, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon and the successor of the Nine Sons. His potential was limitless. The people of Exquisite Peak and Divine Tactics Peak were anxious. Ethereal Peak had already taken one of the two top geniuses. They would not let him take the second one, right? They said, Silver-robed elder, Ethereal Peak is too greedy. That's right, Lin Xian is for us. The two of them fought with each other while the elder of the Full Moon Valley stood there without speaking. Lin Xian took a deep breath when he saw this. Elders, please stop fighting. Thank you for your kindness. However, I want to join the Full Moon Peak. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The three elders stood there in a daze, their expressions blank. The white-clothed elder of the Full Moon Peak was also stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. His opponent had actually chosen the Full Moon Peak. Yen Nanshan's eyelids also twitched in surprise. The 10 sky prides behind him were in a heated discussion. Was this kid's brain flooded with water? Wasn't it said that Full Moon Peak was the worst? That's right, Ethereal Peak had already extended an olive branch to him. He should enter. Could it be that he was afraid of Yen Nantian? Beside him, the dark red dragon god and Shinjingqiu were also very surprised. However, Shinjingqiu said to listen to brother Lin Xian. The dark red dragon god whispered, Kid, is there any reason? I'll explain it to you when we get back. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. In front, the elder of the Ethereal Peak came back to his senses and frowned. He said, Don't tell me you were attracted by the full moon wordless stele. It's just a legend. After you enter, you may not be able to comprehend it. It's a waste of time. You have to know that you're now walking the path of the great emperor. The green-robed woman of the Exquisite Peak also frowned. I know you're strong. You should have more than 50,000 Archean power. But don't be arrogant. Let me tell you something. There are many sky prides who have entered the path of the great emperor. In the myriad worlds, there are many who have more than 50,000 Archean power. Your strength belongs to the lower middle of the entire ancient path of the starry sky. You're just talented. You can only reach the peak after our nurturing. If you waste your talent and time now, you'll only become a stepping stone for others. What? Hearing this, the dozen or so sky prides behind him were shocked. Lin Xian and Yen Nanshan's pupils also shrank. 50,000 Archean power was nothing on the ancient path of the starry sky. This was the first time they heard this news. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, the elder of the Ethereal Peak continued, Of course, you haven't completely entered the ancient path of the starry sky yet. When you step on other stars, you'll realize that there are too many monstrous geniuses there. Some even have 80,000 to 90,000 Archean power, 80,000 to 90,000. Yen Nantian sucked in a breath of cold air. The Crimson Divine Dragon and Shinjingqiu were also shocked. He's right. The elder of the Full Moon Peak also sighed. With your talent and the strength of the ethereal peak, it's not impossible for you to reach 80,000 to 90,000 Archean power in a few hundred years. This news shocked the Skyprides. Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect that there would be so many monstrous geniuses on the ancient path of the starry sky. He knew that under normal circumstances, the strongest combat power below the Sage realm was only 100,000. His current 50,000 yuan was already very high. But he didn't expect that there would be 80,000 to 90,000. How terrifying was that? Someone like Yi Wudao could probably kill him and Yan Nantian instantly with just a look. Moreover, the other party wasn't even a sage. Thinking about it, it was simply unimaginable. However, after He Tu's reminder, he still said in a deep voice, "I've thought it through. I want to join the full moon peak." The atmosphere became extremely strange in an instant. The elders at the front were all stunned. They didn't expect that someone would want to join the full moon peak. Why? Was it because of the full moon wordless steel? But everyone in the Prodigy Manor knew that tens of thousands of years ago, other than one person who had comprehended a little, no one else had been able to comprehend it. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, could he comprehend it? They didn't think so. Ling Long Peak's elder shook his head. The ethereal Peak's elder also had a gloomy expression. Lin Xian was a good seedling. He didn't want to waste it. At this moment, a woman in a blue dress walked out from the side of the silver-robed elder. She had a beautiful face, but her eyes were cold. Aren't you a little too full of yourself? Do you really think that you have the right to be arrogant just because those people outside gave you the title of Middle Emperor? In our Prodigy Manor, you're just an ordinary person. The descendant of the great dragon is powerful. The descendant of the 9 sons is powerful. Even if you cultivate to the great success stage, you're just a sage. Don't you see that the descendant of the great emperor beside you has chosen our ethereal peak? What reason do you have to reject? Obviously, Lin Xian's rejection made the woman in blue very angry. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. He didn't seem to have offended her. Was it just because he rejected her? Chapter 3004. Believe it or not, many people will surpass you if you continue to mess around like this. As for you, you might not even be able to enter the great emperor realm. The lady in blue snorted coldly again. Lin Xian wasn't angry after hearing that. He said indifferently, "I rejected ethereal peak not because they are weak. There are other reasons." Looking at the elders in front, Lin Xian sighed. "To tell you the truth, I am really interested in the plenilune wordless steel. If I can't comprehend it, it will be the most regretful thing in my life. Therefore, I hope you can fulfill my wish." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. The elders in front were shocked. The Skyprides behind were dumbfounded. He's really here for the plenilune wordless steel. The lady in blue was also stunned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so direct and state his intentions. But soon, she sneered. "Humph, kid, you're really overestimating yourself. The plenilune wordless steel is good, but do you really think you can comprehend it? You're too arrogant." Lin Xian shrugged. "How would I know if I don't try? If I don't even dare to try, then what's the point of talking about the great emperor realm? I might as well go home." "You!" The lady in blue was so angry that her face turned pale because of Lin Xian's attitude. She wanted to say something, but at this moment, the elder in silver waved his hand and said, "All right, Qingwu, come back. Since he has already made his decision, let's not force him." There was a trace of coldness and dissatisfaction in his voice. It was obvious that the elders at the front were very displeased with Lin Xian's decision. Elder Zhang of the Plenilin Peak was also very surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to join them. Moreover, his attitude was so firm. To be honest, the Plenilin Peak was no longer as high-spirited as it used to be. All these years, they had been at the bottom of the 4 peaks. The reason was that no one could comprehend the Plenilin wordless steel. He wondered if this kid could comprehend it. Hearing Lin Xian's confident words, the white-clothed elder's eyes flickered. The other party was also a descendant of the great dragon. This reminded him of a person from many tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, that person was similarly high-spirited. As a supreme genius, he came to the outstanding scholar mansion and joined the full moon peak. Moreover, that person was indeed extraordinary. He had actually comprehended a trace of the moongazer wordless steel. It was just that later on, the heavens were jealous of the heroic, and such a stunning genius actually fell. This had always been the regret of Full Moon Peak. From then on, no one was able to comprehend the mountain-gazing wordless steel. This time, it was another descendant of the great dragon. He wondered what kind of storm the other party would stir up. The white-robed elder's heart was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian. Don't worry, if you join my moon-gazing peak will definitely nurture you with all its might. But whether or not you can comprehend the moongazer wordless steel will depend on your luck. I know. Lin Xian nodded. Since Yan Nantian and Lin Xian had made their choice, the other elders' gazes fell on the other people. The 10 geniuses behind them, and the 2 people beside Lin Xian. Of course, the first thing these elders paid attention to was Shen Jingqiu and the dark red dragon beside Lin Xian. One had an innate spirit body, while the other had the bloodline of the dragons. These 2 were definitely incomparably powerful. However, the other party had a close relationship with Lin Xian. Therefore, these elders were still unsure of how the 2 of them would choose. Wherever big brother Lin Xian goes, I will go. Shen Jingqiu grabbed Lin Xian's hand. The dark red dragon beside her also said, "Of course I will go with you." This sentence made the elders of the other peaks change their expressions. The full moon peak elder's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, when he came, he did not expect to be able to accept so many geniuses. At this moment, the girl from Linglong Valley walked up. Shen Jingqiu, I will call you Qiu. It's a waste for you to join Full Moon Peak. You are different from Lin Xian. He wants to comprehend the blank mountain steel, but you are different. You have an innate spirit body, which is an extremely powerful physique. In the ancient era, it was also very famous. Come to Linglong Peak, this is the most suitable place for you. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, the elder in white also said, he is right. You are not suitable for Full Moon Peak. Big brother Lin Xian, Qiu, does not want to be separated from you. Shen Jingqiu blinked her big eyes, looking pitiful. Lin Xian smiled and rubbed her hair. Silly girl, what are you talking about? We are both in the House of Prodigies, how can we be separated? We are just cultivating in different peaks. The House of Prodigies is only so big. Can't you come and find me? Lin Xian said with a smile. All right then. Shen Jingqiu nodded her head. She knew that she had to work hard to keep up with Lin Xian's footsteps. She did not want to be a vase, and she did not want to be a burden to Lin Xian. In the next moment, she looked at the green-robed lady and nodded her head. All right, elder, I will join Linglong Peak. The green-robed lady smiled and stretched out her hand. Come, Qiu. Linglong Peak will not disappoint you. Seeing this, the people from Divine Will Peak were envious. They looked at the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws. Don't have any ideas about me. I will follow this kid. Ruffian Dragon, are you sure you don't want to go to other peaks? The full moon steel might not be suitable for you. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to the dragon. The Crimson Dragon transmitted his voice back. Don't worry, kid. I don't need to comprehend the sky steel. I have the inheritance of dragons. I only need to comprehend the inheritance of dragons. All right then. Lin Xian nodded his head. It seemed that the Crimson Dragon situation was a little special. Therefore, he did not bother about it. This old monster would not mistreat him. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian had finished distributing the spoils. Therefore, the elders looked at the 10 sky prides behind them. In the end, half of the 10 sky prides were taken by Ethereal Peak. The other half were taken by Linglong Peak and Divine Wool Peak. Only Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon joined Full Moon Peak. The sky prides who had joined the 4 peaks were led by the little boy. As for the elders, they were still standing there, waiting. After all, there were still other sky prides coming. Before they left, the blue-robed lady beside the silver-robed elder looked at Lin Xian and snorted. Kid, I want to see what kind of talent you have. You want to comprehend the full moon steel. Don't get beaten up by our Ethereal Peak sky prides during the competition. You won't look good on the Central Emperor. It was obvious that the girl was still angry. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance. At least, you won't have the chance. Then, he looked at Shen Jingqiu and said goodbye to Qiu. Then, he and the Crimson Dragon followed the little boy to Full Moon Peak. The blue-robed lady was furious. How dare you look down on me? Chapter 3005. After leaving the Antiquity Palace, a white cloud appeared beneath Lin Xian and the rest once again. The little boy in front of them was floating in the sky with the two of them. However, the little boy would turn back from time to time and sneak a glance at Lin Xian with a weird expression. Lin Xian felt uneasy. The dark red divine dragon at the side was also puzzled. Kid, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong with this kid's face? The little boy sighed. Could it be that you don't recognize that blue-clothed woman? Is she famous? Why should I know her? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon at the side said. Could that guy be an old monster that wants to attack us? But that was impossible. Although the little girl's aura was strong and shocking, she was at most at the level of Fengning Xue. People at this level can't beat us. The dark red divine dragon said proudly. The little boy looked at the two of them and said indifferently. She can't beat you guys, but she has an elder brother who is an extremely strong monster in Ethereal Peak. Her elder brother is very strong and has been to other worlds. It is said that he has reached 70,000 archaic power. It is not difficult to beat up a genius with 50,000 archaic power. It can't be, right? Someone has gone to other worlds in advance. The dark red divine dragon was shocked after hearing this. Lin Xian's eyelids were twitching. Who is her elder brother? He is so strong. He did not expect to hear such a strong genius the moment he entered the House of Prodigy. 70,000 archaic power was something that he could not even reach now. It was far beyond him. The dark red divine dragon was also puzzled. Are you talking about an old monster that has lived for thousands of years? Is there someone so strong in the younger generation? Of course there is. There are many monsters who are hidden or active in other worlds. Oh right, you guys might have heard of Qingwu's elder brother. Because he is very famous outside. Very famous. 70,000 archaic power in the younger generation. Don't mess around. Even Homujin and the others only had 50,000 archean power, and they were already famous throughout the world. And from the looks of it, the other party should be a human. Did a human have 70,000 archean power? Lin Xian, Yan Nantian, Yi Wudao, and Wu Qin had all failed. Although Lin Xian's primordial energy had exceeded 50,000, he hadn't even reached 60,000. It was only around 55,000. Not to mention 70,000 archean powers. Who was this person? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. As for him, everyone called him the Northern Demon. That's right, he has the myriad demon body. What? Northern Yao. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked. He was no stranger to this title. Because this was a monster who was equally as famous as him. However, he had never met the other party. East Sage, West Buddha, South Emperor, North Demon, and Central Emperor were the names of these elite prodigies. Lin Xian had seen the others before. However, Lin Xian had never seen this Northern Demon before. Not only him, but almost no one had seen it before. The other party seemed to be very mysterious and never appeared in front of others. But who would have thought that he would hear news about him now? Moreover, the other party was too terrifying. 70,000 archean powers, and he had been to other planets. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The dark red dragon was shocked. He wasn't shocked by the Northern Demon's name, but by his physique. The myriad demon body. Heavens, he actually had the myriad demon body. The dark red dragon almost jumped up. This legendary physique had also appeared. What was the myriad demon body? Lin Xian was puzzled. Kid, your Nine Yang physique and Yi Wudao Saint physique are both famous for their powerful physiques. In ancient times, the reputation of the myriad demon body was not inferior to yours. This was definitely a heaven-defying physique. The Nine Yang physique, the myriad demon body, and the saint physique had all appeared. This was indeed a golden age. How terrifying were the princes and princesses of the primordial theocrats. Were those princes and princesses more powerful than the Northern Demon? Lin Xian frowned and asked. He had never seen those princes and princesses. The dark red dragon hadn't seen them either, but since he said so, it was definitely true. According to some rumors and the information in my inheritance, princes and princesses can become saints when they come down. Don't you think that's terrifying? What? They're born with a saint physique. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Sanctification of the physical body was such a terrifying existence. One had to know that his Nine Yang physique was already very heaven-defying. Ordinary invincible kings couldn't hurt him. However, he was still very far away from becoming a saint. He didn't dare to imagine a saint physique. Perhaps only a saint's attack could break that kind of physique. These princes and princesses were really abnormal. It seemed that the road ahead of him was still very long. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He decided to see the legendary Moongazer steal. It would be best if he could comprehend some of the laws of heaven and earth from it. He felt the pressure, and it was a huge pressure. The little boy in front also said, "So, don't provoke that Qing Wu." In the extraordinary scholar mansion, she was basically a little princess-like existence. She could do whatever she wanted. This shocking news gave Lin Xian pressure and motivation. Their group set off again. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Not long after, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were surprised again. The mountain range in front of them was continuous. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a crescent moon. It was extremely strange and mysterious. Below is the territory of our full moon peak. The mountain in the center is the full moon peak. And the area encompassed by the crescent-shaped mountains is called the full moon valley. What a terrifying spiritual energy. The dark red dragon and other big dragon eyes were extremely amazed. What was below was a peerless formation. This kind of formation condensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, for the martial artist to use. That is. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with golden light. He saw that below, in the full moon valley, there was a terrifying energy surging. Is that a lake? He was extremely surprised. The little boy raised his chin and said proudly. That's right, that is our full moon lake. The lake water in the full moon lake was not simple. That was a liquid condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Its power and effect were comparable to supreme great dragon Qi. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon gasped. In fact, even without the little boy's introduction, they were already shocked enough. Because the two of them could clearly sense how terrifying the energy emitted from the full moon lake below was. If they could enter the lake and cultivate for a while. Both of their eyes were red. When the little boy saw this scene, he hurriedly advised. Don't act recklessly. There is a peerless killing formation below. Without the permission of the peak master, you can't enter at all. Not to mention you. Even a half-step saint would be killed if he went down. Damn it, he was really petty. The dark red dragon muttered a few words, but his dragon eyes kept rolling. Chapter 3006. After the warning, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon followed the little boy and continued to fly. At the same time, the little boy explained that the House of Prodigy had existed since ancient times. It had been tens of thousands of years and had nurtured countless geniuses. You are not the first batch to come. Before this, many geniuses had already entered. Although the full moon peak is temporarily ranked fourth, it is still an extremely terrifying existence. Lin Xian did not doubt this at all. After all, the saints and saintesses of the sacred lands outside did not even have the qualifications to enter the House of Prodigy. Moreover, the true spirit world was too big and too mysterious. Even the saints had not explored the secrets of the world, let alone them. In such a vast world, there must be some geniuses who had entered the House of Prodigy in advance. Lin Xian was not surprised by this. What he needed to do was to cultivate hard and surpass all the geniuses. Alright, we are here. I will take you down to rest first. When the time comes, the Great Elder will make arrangements for you. The little boy formed a seal with his palm, and white clouds floated down. Soon, Lin Xian and the others landed in the mountains below. Around evening, the white-robed elder from before walked over once more. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon stood up. Lin Xian said, Greetings, elder. He had already learned from the little boy that the white-clothed elder in front of him was not simple. He was the great elder of the full moon peak. The white-clothed elder nodded. To be honest, I did not expect you to join the full moon peak. Don't worry, although the full moon peak is not the first peak, our resources and foundation are not inferior to the misty peak at all. However, if you want to obtain the resources of the full moon peak, you can only rely on yourself. Here, all the resources have to be fought for with your own strength. The full moon peak was the same, and so were the other peaks. This was the rule of the House of Prodigy. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. He was no stranger to this point. Because it was not only the House of Prodigy, but also the sacred lands outside, and even the immortal palace, were the same. The stronger your strength and the higher your talent, the more you will be valued. And the more resources they would obtain, the more resources they would obtain. The Peak Lord was also very surprised when he learned of your arrival. Furthermore, the Peak Lord instructed that you have successfully stopped the darkness calamity, which is a meritorious service to the human race. Therefore, the Peak Master decided to give you a super big gift. A super big gift? What kind of super gift was that? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon's heart thumped wildly. Old man, you can't be asking us to enter the full moon lake, right? That's right, it was the full moon lake. Before coming here, you should have a certain understanding of the full moon lake. The white-clothed first elder chuckled. However, he then looked at the dark red divine dragon. Not you, but him. The first elder pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was excited. The dark red dragon curled its lips. Tisk, stingy guy. Can't you give me one more slot? Could he really enter the full moon lake? Lin Xian was overjoyed. Before coming here, he was already greatly moved by the full moon lake. Furthermore, according to the child, entering the full moon lake was not easy. Ordinary geniuses couldn't enter at all. Even for those powerful freaks, only a few of them were able to enter. It was very difficult to enter the full moon lake to cultivate. It was a great benefit. He didn't expect to receive such a great treatment when he just came to the full moon peak. Looking at the excited Lin Xian, the white-clothed first elder said, "Don't be too happy. Let me give you a reminder." There were already many geniuses who wanted to enter the full moon lake, but they never had the chance. Now that you've just arrived, you've got a chance. So, be careful. Old man, from what you're saying, could it be that he wants to snatch it? Don't you care about this place? The dark red divine dragon curled its lips and said. The first elder laughed. We won't care. Competition is the best training. Of course, it's better not to kill in the House of Prodigy. This was just the beginning. In the future, when he entered other stellar worlds, such battles would become more and more frequent. At that time, there would be no restrictions on killing. Therefore, if he couldn't even withstand the competition in the House of Prodigy, there was no need to go to other stellar worlds. Elder, don't worry. I understand. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wanted to see who dared to snatch his things. Next, the white-clothed first elder left. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon didn't leave and stayed here. The place where they stayed was a manor. There were mountains and rivers, as well as pavilions and palaces. Under their feet, there was a spirit-gathering array that gathered the surrounding spirit chi for them to cultivate. The scenery was beautiful and the array was powerful. It was even better than the stellar palace. No wonder all these monstrous geniuses wanted to squeeze their way in. Of course, Lin Xian knew that this was only the tip of the iceberg of the House of Prodigy. Kid, I've found that these arrays are connected to the full moon lake. It can be said that this is a branch of the full moon lake. I've taken a look. Our location is far from the full moon lake. There are many such manors in front. Presumably, there are also geniuses living there. But their distance is much closer than ours. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. It's nothing. It's normal. The boy from before also said that we're not the first batch to enter. Before us, many geniuses have already entered. Some of them have even entered other stellar worlds. Naturally, they can have such a good place. But don't worry. When I'm here, they'll all have to wait. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with confidence. Of course. When the time comes, we'll settle down beside the full moon lake and make those guys jealous. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws. He had this plan a long time ago. In fact, it wasn't just the full moon peak. The other 3 peaks all had such lakes. They were all formed by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth using supreme arrays. Ethereal Peak. The tall mountains were hidden in the clouds, looking strangely ethereal and illusory. With Ethereal Peak as the center, there was also a huge valley called Ethereal Valley. In Ethereal Valley, there was also a lake called Ethereal Lake. Around Ethereal Lake, there were clouds rolling and it was unusually dreamy. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be amazed. That was because the energy of Ethereal Lake was even more surging than the full moon lake. Around Ethereal Lake, there were many mountain ranges of different heights. There were figures flashing on those mountain peaks. It was obvious that there were geniuses cultivating in there. Apart from the difference in height, the distance between those mountain peaks and Ethereal Lake was also different. This point was really similar to the full moon lake. The distance was based on one's strength. The figures in the mountains had strong auras and their breaths shook heaven and earth. There were even some mountain peaks with a torrential blood light. That was a phenomenon of heaven and earth formed by the condensation of blood chi. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.